Hello, followers. I've missed you. Tonight's story is a continuation of the Will Rain series, Devil's Due. Both of the previous parts of this epic are linked in the description. If you are not yet caught up on the lore, feel free to listen to the previous installments. Thank you for listening. Now, let's delve into the dark together. Part 1. Once more, with feeling. As I stood there, gazing up at those giant doors that made me feel like little more than a child, all of the horrors of my first visit came rushing back at once. I had almost died in that place. Brian and Grant both lost their lives within those walls. Well, for a moment, anyway. I had no doubt I wouldn't survive this time, but I had to do what was necessary to put an end to this vile place, once and for all, while hoping to bring my dearest friend back from the brink of extinction. I'm getting ahead of myself again. Let me back up just a little. Though everything that came before this alternated me in so many ways, this one changed me forever in ways I'm still attempting to process. Whatever happens to me after all of this, I'm okay with it. It's unpredictable, to say the least, but I think it's safe to say that my life will never truly be the same. Not now. I had grown quite restless while awaiting words from the old man on the pier, but I was able to keep some measure of distractions with the repairs to the house. Sure, Brandon and I didn't exactly play a heavy role in fixing the place up, aside from rearranging some furniture and the like. The contractor my roommate and friend contacted gave us a fair price for the job, after a bit of back and forth, but I wasn't stressing it too much. My mind was still all over the place about the events that left our home in need of work in the first place, as well as what Grant sacrificed to bring Brandon back. I told him everything this time. The truth of the old mill and his ex-girlfriend's connection to it, the legacy of the Orchid family, and even the true identity of our mutual friend. Being something of a religious man, it took Brandon some time to accept that last part, as he had lived his life under the assumption that the devil could not, under any circumstances, be trusted, let alone be befriended. He confessed that he knew I had been glossing over a great many details of that bizarre week so long ago, but he could have never imagined that this is what I was keeping from him. Naturally, he didn't believe me at first, accusing me of feeding him another batshit crazy story to avoid spilling the truth of it all, but the more he thought about it, he couldn't deny the reality of it all. He was still pretty messed up about Ash and what she had put him through, though he still only caught highlights of his stay in the other place in his nightmares. For days, he brooded over the betrayal of the woman he loved, along with the insane story I presented him with. In the end, I think he accepted things as I told them, but he was still on the fence about Grant. He mourned for him as I did, but I could tell he was waging a war within himself. To have his lifelong beliefs called into question in such an extravagant way, well, I think anyone would be a bit lost. To understand and accept that the man who saved our lives on several occasions, as well as made the ultimate sacrifice to allow us to survive, to see him as the same entity he had been taught to fear since he was a child, was no easy task. Ultimately, after several days of pondering on the topic, he chose to simply see Grant as Grant. Nothing more, nothing less. His friend who may still be out there, somewhere, waiting for us to risk it all to bring him home as he did for us. Though I was thrilled to hear this acceptance from my roommate, I was not yet prepared to break the news to him that I would not allow him to accompany me on this. Perhaps this was pig-headed of me, especially since the idea of handling this alone was downright terrifying to me, but I couldn't risk losing him again. Over the time I've known Brandon, I've seen him shot dead and turned into a semi-catatonic zombie, before being dragged to what some have assumed to be hell itself. He's been through enough, having paid a price far steeper than I had to this point. By the time the repairs on the house were finished, Brandon was mostly back to himself. I would see him daydreaming from time to time, mentally checking out from the world around him, but he was getting there, at least. He continued to attend therapy once a week, and while I couldn't help but wonder how much he shared with his shrink, it didn't seem to help him. The thing is, when I no longer had the sanity of my roommates or the repairs to the house to worry about, I was left with only that lingering dread. Not only was it frustrating that I had yet to hear anything from the old man who assured me a plan was in the works, but I hated to think what Grant was suffering through the longer we delayed things. Of course, that is, if there was indeed anything left of him, as the man on the pier had claimed. Life had returned to what I had to refer to as normal. Brandon and I would spend many evenings at the bar while my friend continued to take to the stage with his guitar in hand. Though it was obvious to me that his spark had faltered given he no longer had his muse, the crowd didn't seem to notice. The applause after each song he treated them to was just as enthusiastic as ever, but I saw no trace of that glint in his eye anymore. I hoped he'd get it back sooner or later, but with all he had been through, it was nothing short of admirable, the way he was holding up. Yes, I would hear him crying late at night sometimes, but I wouldn't claim I hadn't shed my own fair share of tears over these past months. While Brandon was dealing with the loss of the woman he loved, as well as the betrayal of her actions, I had lost another brother. Losing Tommy, all those years ago, still inspires my eyes to well up, even during the 2 years of believing I'd seen the last of the hard times. Though Grant wasn't my blood, I loved him like he was. I know that probably sounds quite bizarre, given who my friend really was behind the facade, but I will always see him as my brother and closest friend. The things he did over the centuries, yes, they were nothing short of monstrous, I would imagine. In some ways, though, I desperately wanted answers to questions he could not answer. I'm glad that much of his past was above my pay grade. I know that many who have read or heard my story see me as a heretic or blasphemer for my faith in the man. Call it as you will, but I know who Grant was in the end. What came before, I can't say. I've made my share of mistakes in this life, and I would imagine that if I had millennia to spend upon this earth, or even any of those other places, I would make many more before the dust settled. Of course, perhaps I'm simply lingering on the things I cannot know, to compensate for a great many uncertainties to come. As it turned out, I had no idea of the revelations I would be presented with in the end. In many ways, I missed the ignorance I used to hide behind. I'd never enjoyed much of a peaceful existence, aside from those 24 months of carefree living. Perhaps I was just fooling myself to think it would be as simple as either surviving or dying by the time our adventures came to a close. Truth be told, I never did expect to live through this. It didn't even enter my mind. Once again, you find me rambling, my friends. As always, I apologize for that. I can't promise there won't be any more of my musings by the time we reach the end, but I would ask that you bear with me this one last time. After all, when the credits roll on this, I imagine this will be the last time you hear from me. One last time, right? One more for the road. It was almost 2 months to the day when I was greeted with that strange sensation to return to the old tavern in which my friend used to do business. It was late in the evening, and I was just sitting around the house attempting to find some sort of distraction. I wasn't feeling particularly motivated that day, even when Brandon headed out with his guitar on his back. I was glad of that fact when that familiar feeling hit me. Having decided I wanted him to have no part of this, it saved me from having to conjure any sort of excuse. In all honesty, I'm a pretty shit liar on a good day, let alone in the presence of somebody who knows me well enough to notice my eyes turning brown. I'd had a bag packed for weeks now, to be prepared when I got the word. Whether or not this would indeed be that, I threw the bag on my back, slipped the ancient, tarnished key into my bedroom door, and pulled it open. The scent of the old place sent my mind careening back to the last time I was there, damn near dropping me back to the hardwood floor. Considering that I spent a lot of time at the bar I own with my friend and roommate, it almost surprised me that the aroma of this place caused me to react in such a manner. I can't say whether it was simply the different blends and brands that caused this one to inspire so much nostalgia, or if it was its somewhat otherworldly manner of it. Maybe I'll never have the answers to the more trivial aspects of my journey, but it seemed worth mentioning. As it was the last time, it took a while for the vibrant glow to emanate from and around the door after I closed it back shut. Again, I helped myself to a cold beer in an attempt to distract myself from the melancholic euphoria of the place. It was inevitable that my mind would carry me back to the happier times with Grant, as far away as they seemed at the time. Unlike the last time, I wasn't surprised when that warm light began to shine from behind where I sat. I didn't take the time to finish my pint before walking back to that rear door with my heart pounding either. I can't deny that my fingers were trembling with anticipation when I wrapped them around the simple brass knob, but I damn near jumped with excitement when I saw the stranger at the end of the pier was not alone. "Grant?" I called out as I took off sprinting towards the two awaiting my arrival. While my feet almost sent me to the wooden planks more than once as I sped towards the two, the closer I got, I could see that things were not quite as I had initially hoped. While the older guy was apparently continuing his quest for fresh fish, the man who leaned up against the railing beside him looked somewhat different than I remembered. While his face was identical to the man I saw as a brother, the short and nearly parted hair looked entirely out of place. Regardless of the subtle inconsistencies, from the way he was dressed to the way he carried himself, I threw my arms around him as soon as I was close enough to do so. "Whoa there, big guy," the man said with a laugh, pushing me back. That somewhat American-sounding accent did not remotely match up with who I had presumed the man to be. Yes, those little variacies I had noticed from a distance gave me a slight cause to hesitate, but it wasn't until he spoke that I knew he could not be Grant. I took a step back while searching for anything rational to say, but I couldn't quite find the words. "Sorry for the mix-up, bud," the man wearing my friend's face said, still chuckling slightly. "I had to borrow this, to get around up here and all." He patted his chest while he spoke, reminding me that the shell Grant wore when he was in this world was not his actual form at all. I tried to hide the fact that my heart was burning again, as though the scar tissue caused by the loss of my friend was torn back open. I cut my eyes to the side, hoping to distract myself enough to stop the tears from flowing again, but when the man with the fishing pole began to speak, I remembered why I was here. "This here's my office," he said, tilting his head towards the man with the all-too-familiar face. "He's an associate of your buddy, Grant. Hoping he's gonna be able to lend us a hand in this." The apparent Malphus gave me a strange sort of smile and a shrug. I can't say whether the grin only appeared unusual since it was very different from the facial expressions I was used to, or if there was something else behind it. Either way, be it that I saw him as something of an imposter, or that I simply didn't know who the man in the Grant costume was, I wasn't about to let my guard down around him. "I know it's a bit weird, kid. Just figure we need a way to bring your friends something to wear if we were able to find them. Plus, I'm sure I can lend a hand with whatever we run into along the way," Malphus said, in that voice I wouldn't be getting used to anytime soon. "Does that mean you have a plan? Like, is this thing happening now?" I asked. "That it does, kid. Only hitch we're gonna have is finding that damn place." "How can you not know where it is? I mean, if you are who I think you are..." "That building is not of this world, kid. Ain't something I can just pick out from a distance or nothing. Whatever's behind that place, it's shielded from me, hidden away in plain sight." I felt my whole body slump at the realization that we may still be so far from reaching our goal. I would be lying if I claimed I was in any sort of rush to return to that godforsaken building, but I knew that this needed to be done, once and for all. Not to mention, I was still desperately clinging to the hope that there may yet be enough of Grant left to bring him back, though I was already feeling my faith in my new associates waning. "So, what exactly is the plan, then?" I asked, with a heavy and defeated sigh. What we need is someone that's been there. Someone... I've been there. If you need to root around in my memory or something, do whatever you have to. Ain't that simple, kid. We need someone that was fully exposed to that place. Not just any old person that made it out alive. You're connected to it, for sure, but that ain't quite enough to track it. I felt my face flush as I grew more impatient by the second. Yes, I was certain this was not a being I needed to lose my cool with, but it felt as though we were just going in circles. Why did he even call me here if he didn't have anything solid to go on? Was he about to send me away again with another friendly reminder he'd be in touch? The more questions and uncertainties crossed my mind, the more infuriated I was growing. I felt my pulse quickening, my skin burning, and my fingers trembling as the rage boiled over. If he couldn't give me anything soon, I knew I would flip my shit any second. When? I got a plan, kid. Escaped the tall man's lips as he lay a comforting hand on my shoulder. I just gazed up into his time-worn eyes, uncertain of anything to offer. I know I'm putting a lot on you, Michael. Rest assured we're going to do everything we can to get to where we need to go. So, I said, feeling my voice crack with the building nerves. What is the plan? We gotta take you back home. Seriously? You're sending me away again? How long? Well, not that home, kid. The one you growed up in. I felt my skin trembling once more. I had not so much as driven through the town I grew up in, let alone visited that damn house since I was dragged off the property. I couldn't fathom what could be solved by going back there, nor would I get expected to find there. Hell, I didn't even know what had happened to my parents' home after everything that happened. It'll all be clear soon enough, kid. Just hang in there a little. His words were cut short when the ground beneath the pier began to shudder. With wide and somewhat fearful eyes, the man with the caterpillar mustache slowly cut his gaze to the side, allowing his mouth to fall limp. Shit, we gotta go, guys, the stranger in Grant's skin exclaimed when he looked toward the darkness approaching. When I turned to see what had my associates so on edge, I almost thought we had somehow been swallowed up by the very building we sought out. From the far right of where we perched on the shuddering wooden planks, it almost appeared as though the darkness itself spiraled from some sort of wormhole, for lack of a better term. Vibrant green lightning struck the ground beneath what looked to be a cataclysmic storm. Reality itself seemed to warp and bend, causing the horizon to look as though it was folding in on itself. The ocean appeared as though it was being sucked into the growing void, while large cracks shot across the beach. The sand poured down into the abyss below the widening splits and tears in the very fabric of reality. To make the situation even more bizarre and bordering on horrific to behold, what looked to be a lone individual, silhouetted by the burgeoning darkness, casually strolled towards us, with the wormhole at its back. I couldn't make out any specific proportions or details of the person, but it appeared to be human, at least from where I stood at the time. Whatever it was, both of the men I shared the pier with looked rattled. Something that scared the hell out of me, given who I assumed the tall man to be. Go, the older guy barked, pointing back in the direction of where I left the pup behind. Malthus looked at me before taking off across the pier. Clearly, he didn't need to be told twice. What about you? I shouted, unsure if he could even make out my words at the time, with how deafeningly loud the storm had gotten. I'll catch up with you, too, he said, giving me a half smile and a wink. Run along now, boy. Head for your old homestead, and I'll catch up with you down the line. With that, he clapped me across the shoulder, gesturing to the exit back to my world. I just gave a nod and took off running, not looking back until I reached the door to the bar. As I stared on, the darkness had almost consumed the entirety of the beachfront, while thick, dark tendrils of blackened smoke began to wrap around the pier. The old man just faced it with his fists balled and an expression of determination on his face. As I gazed on, he glanced back at me, giving me that smile again. "Go," he said, softly, with the words somehow whispering directly into my ear. I felt my eyes begin to well up as my mind flashed back to the last time I stared back through this opening, with that same single word being spoken to me. As I had last time, I swung the door shut, uncertain if the one I left behind had a hope of surviving. Of course, given my suspicions of his identity, I was certain a little wormhole of darkness was nothing he couldn't handle. But, as always, these things were far above my pay grade. Part 2. Back to the beginning. "Want one?" Imposter Grant asked, after helping himself to a pint. Just seeing him behind the bar my friend used to do business in caused my face to redden once more. Not only did I consider it an insult that he was parading around in Grant's meat suit, but he had some nerve just assuming it was all right to act like he owned the place. Though the old man had assured me that Malthus was here to help, I still felt uneasy around the guy. These were feelings I would have to push to the side, though. I had to keep my head right if we were going to get through whatever lay ahead. "Sure," I replied, unable to deny I could use something to take the edge off. He handed me a fresh and blissfully chilled beer, which inspired me to light up a cigarette to accompany my brooding thoughts. I offered Malthus one, to which he screwed up his face in disgust, holding up his hands as though I'd pulled a gun on him. Yeah, I didn't care for this guy, or whatever he was underneath. I wasn't exactly judging him for turning away my offer, as I knew it to be a habit I had to kick one of these days. But his aggravated dismissal only fueled the insult of him being dressed the way he was, so to speak. I knew I had to discuss our plans from here, but I was having a hard time convincing myself to do anything more than puff on my cigarette and nurse my drink in silence. "So," he said, breaking the comfortable yet awkward silence. "You're the famous Michael." I just nodded, choosing not to inquire as to the nature of my apparent fame. "He didn't talk about you, really, but we all knew about his human friend," he remarked with a certain sarcasm in his voice. Again, I felt no need to reply. Just the tone in which he spoke assured me he did not think too highly of my relationship with Grant. I suppose, this being the first time I had shared the company of any of his peers, I had not really put much thought into how his world looked at mine. In all honesty, I didn't much care how he looked at me, as I was most certainly not regarding him with much positivity. "So," I said, disregarding the current topic of conversation, "what's the plan from here? Should we wait for—" "He ain't coming back. Not yet, anyway. He'll meet us along the way. Don't you worry your fragile little mind about it one bit," he said, with a chuckle. "Are we gonna have a problem?" I asked, getting to my feet. "Well, now, but ain't no sense of getting all but hurt or nothing. Besides, you don't want to start something you can't finish." He stood up across from me, staring into my eyes with a cocky grin, one that was far removed from the more mischievous look I was used to from that face. Yes, being what I assumed him to be, I wouldn't have a chance at holding my own in a fight, but that didn't mean I was about to back down. "Look," he said, holding his hands up with a shrug, sitting back down on the stool he had claimed. "I didn't mean nothing. I talk a lot of shit sometimes, but it's all in good fun. Come on, don't be a sourpuss." "We have a job to do, you and I, right?" I said, still holding my ground. "You don't have to like me, and I don't have to give two shits about you either, but we have to be on the same page." "Yeah, I got you. My bad, okay? We cool?" He slapped me across the shoulder, instantly causing my back to grow more tense than it already was. "We're cool. I just need to know." "Chill, man. We got this," he said, giving me a wink, accompanied by a click of the tongue. "Don't do that," slipped out of my mouth before I had a chance to stop it. "Fine," he said, with a heavy sigh. "No jokes, no winks, no laughing. Just business, right?" We sat in silence again, both of us occasionally sipping from our glasses. I lit another cigarette, to which my associate let out another sigh. I gave him a sideways look to see him just glaring at the rack of bottles behind the bar. It was around that time that I knew this was going to be a long-ass day. Once we reached the bottom of our glasses, I began to realize the other guy would likely not be showing up anytime soon. "He ain't coming back through that door," False Grant said, nodding back to where we had entered. "What the hell was that back there?" "Couldn't say, but if I had to guess, I'm thinking the force behind that building found us." "So why do we run?" I belted, getting to my feet again. "If we're trying to track that damn place, why didn't we just go with it?" Malphus turned on his stool to face me, wearing an expression that I would imagine a parent would give to a child who was inquiring as to the nature of quantum physics or some other thing way above their understanding. "You don't actually believe that was a welcome party, do you?" He gave another exhausted sigh, still glaring at me like I was a particularly special sort of fool. "It tried to take me and Grant back with it before. Maybe it wants us dead, dumbass. It got what it wanted, and I'm pretty sure it knows what we're planning. You think it's just gonna let us do that?" He didn't shout or scream his words, only stated them as if they should need no further explanation. I can't say his words didn't get my blood boiling again, but I can't deny that he likely had a point. Sure, I could have snapped back at him and started another pointless debate, but I knew there was no sense in it. Not to mention being fully aware of some of Grant's gifts, I had to believe the man wearing his face had at least a few of his talents. The last thing I needed was to get my ass handed to me before we even get started. "So, what do we do?" I asked, practically falling back to the bar stool. "What he told us to do. Get you back to your old home." I still don't get what it's going to solve. I honestly don't even know if it's still there, or if anyone else lives there. It's not like... "It's still there, but it's still vacant, too. Ain't nobody set up shop there since you murdered dear old daddy." He gave me a strange smile as he spoke, something resembling pride in my actions so long ago. Of all the things he had said since I met him, this was the one that granted me a glimpse behind the fabricated face he wore. Even at my lowest point, I was never proud of what I did to my father. Yes, he was only the first of so many monsters my life would introduce me to, but I was still ashamed of what I was driven to. I detested the man, but I never wished that on him. Well, not entirely, anyway. Not by my hands. When my companion for the time being suggested we get moving, I can't say I wasn't apprehensive, both of the company I shared as well as the destination. "Don't suppose you know how to work that, huh?" he said, pointing to the payphone next to the exits to many places. I just shook my head, feeling little reason to elaborate more than that. He walked up to it and snatched up the phone book that dangled from a chain to flip through its pages. After a few moments, he just shook his head, exhaled loudly, and dropped the book to swing back and forth. Given the fact that, while the key would lead me here, I was well aware I could not use it to return to my home. Not without the proper combination, anyway. Fortunately, I had a plan in place for such times. With the parking space outside being perpetually vacant, I kept a second truck housed in that location. Brandon had accompanied me here the last time I visited, as I wanted to introduce him to the mysterious little tavern after pulling back the curtain, so to speak. We drove separately on that occasion, leaving one vehicle out front and using the other to get back home. This being the first time I'd been back since then, I made sure to bring the keys before sliding the key into my bedroom door. Of course, I wasn't exactly thrilled about having this imposter Grant riding shotgun for the next several hours, but my choices in the matter seemed quite limited. He appeared as excited by the prospect of a road trip as I did, letting out yet another sigh. a habit that caused me to clench my jaw harder with every repetition. Once he gave a defeated shrug, we headed out, loaded up, and got on the road. Sure, I didn't have to light up another smoke as soon as we got on the interstate, but if he was going to continue with his habits that annoyed me, it seemed only fair I do the same. Yes, it was a completely childish gesture, and I most certainly could have attempted to be a little more accommodating, but I didn't. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I was well aware that we were both carrying on like bratty kids, but it didn't stop me. We were both on the same page, I think. We knew this had to be done, but neither of us cared for the company we were forced to keep. I could only hope I would not end up in a situation in which I would have to rely on him, and I honestly couldn't say whether or not I would lend a hand if he needed my help for anything. The only thing that kept me from leaving him behind, making some excuse to leave the bar and haul ass away without him, was the hope that he would indeed return Grant his vessel should we be able to find him. That in itself was something I was incredibly skeptical of, but I had to try. Other than a few aggravated mutters and many more heavy sighs, the 6-hour drive to reach the town I grew up in was far less than noteworthy. Being some time in the wee hours of the morning by the time we arrived in the small city that appeared to have not changed in the slightest all these years, I suggested getting some hotel rooms for the night. Malthus grimaced, naturally, claiming we shouldn't delay. Regardless of his protests, he was yawning just as much as I was. Clearly, he was not quite used to the upkeep a human body requires. Either way, I was physically and mentally beat, being not remotely in a fit state to deal with whatever we were looking for back at the old homestead. My traveling companion reluctantly agreed to my request, and I covered the cost of 2 rooms for the night in a roadside motel just off the interstate. Though we still didn't converse much after loading back up into the truck the following morning, I could tell that my companion was a little more at ease after a night's rest. I didn't make any inquiry as to how he slept or anything, as I neither felt the urge to talk to the man, nor did I expect him to answer with anything short of sarcasm, but the drive to my old home didn't take long, at least. The entire street I used to live on was deserted and dilapidated, something that caught me by surprise, truth be told. On one hand, I was glad to not have to face any of my neighbors from back in the day, who likely would still see me as a cold-blooded murderer and nothing more. On the other, it made me return even more painfully than I had anticipated. Even what remained of the cracked tarmac of that main road I lost my brother to was free of any traffic. It was as though the entire section of the city had been lost to the passage of far more years than had truly passed since I was left unconscious on the grass next to my old man's corpse. Seeing the happy faces of the neighborhood kids at least gave me some semblance of hope when I was a child. With the place so run down and forgotten, there was nothing left but the awful memories that defined my youth. The agonizing nostalgia hit me like a baseball bat to the gut as I walked across the lawn I lay my father to rest on. As I strolled up to my front door, I reached for the knob with trembling fingers. Even after all these years, the flood of memories caused my head to spin. I wasn't surprised to find the entrance to my childhood home unlocked, given the condition of the old place, but I was caught off guard to see everything still in place as it was the last time I was here. My father's worn and stained recliner still sat at the same angle he had left it, the large wooden framed television as well. Every piece of furniture belonging to my parents filled the building I could never truly consider a home, only the first prison I found myself locked away within. My legs reluctantly carried me up the stairs, while my mind reeled from the ghosts drifting across its surface. The wide crack my lower back had left in the corner of the wall parallel to my old bedroom was still in place. My old man never felt inspired to repair it, given the events of that night. Sometimes I think he left it there as a reminder for me, something to catch my eye every time I left my room to assure me that he was in charge. After running my fingers across the splits in the wall, trickling ancient sheetrock dust to the faded carpet, I walked into the room I once shared with my brother. The door still lay on the floor from where my father had knocked it from its hinges, and I could almost swear I heard the tears of little Tommy while the bastard who assisted in my conception screamed from my subconscious. My knees gave out before I had a chance to see it coming. Malthus did not speak as I knelt on the ratty old carpet, sobbing as I had so many times in this very room. It was as though every single beating and hateful word my father sneered throughout my childhood cascaded against the inner walls of my brain at once, something that left me feeling as defenseless as the neglected boy I used to be.
You're still the same pathetic little pissant you were back then.
The familiar voice spoke from behind me, sending a sharp pain up the length of my stiffening spine. I turned slowly as my body began to twitch and spasm, but when my eyes met the hazy and shadowed figure of my father standing in the open doorway of my childhood bedroom, I let out a shriek of pure horror. It was as though his entire being was made of a wispy smoke, contorting his features in a similar manner to the version of him I faced in that very building we sought to find.
You got a lot of nerve coming back here, you fucking demon.
He sneered as he floated towards me, extending his foggy right hand in an attempt to strike me. As the hazy hand swiped at my face, I raised my own trembling hand in an attempt to block his attack. Even after the shadowy limb drifted through and around me, causing an alarmingly frigid chill to caress my already shivering flesh, I still braced myself for a second swing. I lifted myself from the floor, propping upon the legs that felt like quivering gelatin, as he swatted at me over and over, howling an anguished wail with every attempt to make contact. As the realization that he had no ability to cause me harm set in, I managed to regulate my trembling body, facing him down with just as much contempt as he showed me.
Easy, bud,
Malthus said, inspiring the shadow of my father to spin and face him.
I didn't bring you back here for a dick measuring contest.
The two just stared at one another, while my fragmenting mind fought to wrap around what was happening. Though, at first, I had assumed the man who wore Grant's face to be a friend to the old man on the pier, I had neglected the words he offered me at first, that this was an associate of Grant, not of himself. Finally, understanding that the man who had accompanied me to my old home was likely some sort of demon, it didn't take much to piece it together from there. Surely my father was damned for his actions in life, something I never even thought to ask about. With this man, for lack of a better term, having likely originated in the world my father once presided over, it makes sense that he would have access to the tormented souls of the underworld. What I could not figure out was why. What relevance did my father have to our quest? Was it necessary to come back to this awful house to make contact with him? What was this bastard wearing my friend's body even playing at? And why did the old man send us here in the first place?
Why did you bring me back here?
My father sneered, to which Malthus returned a smirk eerily similar to the one I was more familiar with.
Well, for one, it had to be here. You're dead, and you can only return to this plane in the place you kicked it. 2, you have more of a connection to your missing parts up here, not so much down below.
What the hell is this shit, Malthus? I belted, feeling both shaken and aggravated by this ordeal.
You've been there,
Foss Grant said, staring deadpan at the shadowed form of my old man.
Haven't you? Been where?
My father replied, sounding a little shaky himself. Malthus allowed an unsettling grin to stretch across his mouth, an expression that looked so far out of place on the familiar face that it caused my stomach to churn. My brain was working overtime in an attempt to wrap around what he was implying, but I would have to admit that denial was most definitely a factor in my mental struggle at the time.
You used to wonder why so many people in this little town thought so highly of the man you knew to be a monster, yes?
Malthus said, cutting his eyes from the ghosts of my father to me. I just nodded, uncertain of any words to offer at the time.
At one time, Michael, not long before you came into the picture, your folks were genuinely good people, pillars of the community and all that. The building corrupted that. tore away parts of them that could never be replaced. I felt my jaw unhinge and my eyes widen. Could this be true? Did this damned place curse my life long before I even stepped foot into it? You were destined for a very different path, but something that was set in motion long before you opened your eyes for the very first time on this plane. You don't know what you're talking about, the shadowed form of my old man said. I ain't never been, but you have, buddy boy, and now you're gonna help us track it down. Fate Grant stated in a slightly mischievous voice. Malphus reached into his pocket, pulling a small spherical object from within. It looked like a discolored silver ball at first, but when he pulled it apart in the center, it flipped open to reveal some sort of compass. As the needle slowly drifted from the default north position, it began to spin. Within seconds, it was rotating so quickly that it was impossible to track, turning to a blur before my eyes. When the humming sound began to accompany the rapid spinning, the split sphere lifted from his hand as a vibrant glow emitted from somewhere within. The noise grew so loud that I could almost feel the ground quaking beneath my feet, inspiring me to scream out. My shouting blended with the howling wail the ghost of my father made as the light spiraled out from the compass, wrapping shimmering tendrils around him. As he was engulfed by the light, it shot back towards the compass, with its swiftly spinning needle coming to a halt the moment the light dissipated. The silvery orb fell back to the hand borrowed from my closest friend, as the man wearing his skin glanced up at me with a light and happy expression, like a kid having just successfully won a stuffed animal from the claw machine at a local grocery store. Ready to get back on the road? He asked, as though we had made nothing more than a pit stop at a gas station. I had more questions than my mind knew how to filter through. I could only hope that I would find my ability to speak again soon, but for the time being, I just gave my traveling companion a nod. I took one last glance back at my childhood home, feeling my stomach lurch from the possibilities of what could have been. I would perhaps have more time to dwindle on this another time, but not yet. I couldn't risk distractions with what lay ahead of us, but the day's revelations had left me both stunned and quite shaken. When we arrived back at my truck, while Malphus climbed into the passenger seat, I was momentarily distracted. I glanced all around me to see nothing more than vacant houses and the empty sidewalk, with the wind lightly tossing varying sizes of litter here and there. Whatever it was, regardless of the fact I saw no signs of life besides the man whose company I shared, I could feel eyes upon me. My mind was all over the place. I can't deny that. Revisiting the old homestead reawakened painful memories I'd almost convinced myself I was over, but I knew what I felt. I traced my eyes across the windows of the neighboring houses, but still could see nothing out there. What are you waiting for? My impatient passenger called out. You forgot something? Sorry, I said, finally taking my place at the wheel, feeling no inspiration to mention my paranoid thoughts. As we pulled back onto the interstate, leaving my old stomping ground in the dust, Malphus and I allowed the silence to fill the cabin of the truck once more. He continuously took glances down to the compass he clutched onto to be sure we were following the correct path to the missing parts of my father's soul, but his light-hearted expression didn't falter. We were maybe 30 minutes into the drive when my ability to speak returned. The first question that slipped from my lips was the one that left me temporarily mute in the first place. Did my parents really enter that place? I asked, in little more than a whisper. Oh yeah, fucked him up good, too, he replied with a shrug. How much do you know, Malphus? You sure you want to hear this? In many ways, I didn't. My life was defined by the hatred I had for my folks, but I needed to know. Would it change how I felt about them or my childhood? Likely not.
but I can't deny that the story he told me did make me sad, both at what became of my parents, as well as what Tommy and I were forced to endure all those years. Sometimes it's the things that could have been that can inspire far more torment than the way they ended up. When the man wearing my friend's face began to speak, it was as though the tale he spun played out before my eyes. What he revealed to me will likely haunt me just as much as the many horrific things I have witnessed throughout my life. This is the story of what really happens to my parents. Part 3, July 8th, 1988. It was an especially pleasant Friday morning when Dorothy and Jacob Borden got the news they were going to be parents. She was only 2 months along, but the sporadic morning sickness, as well as the absence of her monthly visitor, allowed the 32-year-old woman to be less than surprised when the doctor gave her the results of her blood work. Though she hadn't informed her husband of all of her ailments, as he was generally at work when she would find herself praying to the porcelain god, she hoped he would be as excited about becoming a parent as she was. The smile he wore when the information was relayed was undeniable, and she felt her heart soar with her love for him, as well as what she was already feeling for her unborn child. As soon as they left the doctor's office, he was already treating her as though she were made of glass, something that both frustrated her a little and made her chuckle at the same time. Since he had taken the day off work to accompany her to the appointment, he would be free to spend the weekend with her. He even considered getting started on the guest room to be fit for their child, depending on what it would require, as well as what materials he had at the house. Dorothy assured him there was plenty of time to make preparations, but he was also bubbling over with anticipation and excitement. These were moments she treasured, when none of the stress of life mattered, only the love they shared. Even after all the years they had been together, her feelings for her husband still caused the butterflies to do cartwheels in her stomach. As the couple was eating some lunch at a local diner, discussing everything from potential names for their baby to family vacation spots in the future, Dorothy noticed a poster on the wall, advertising that the fair was in town. She had always loved such events, ever since she was a child herself. She knew Jacob felt the same way about them, plus he already had the day off. "You want to celebrate the news over a funnel cake tonight?" she asked with a giggle.
Is that a good idea, though? I mean, is that stuff alright for the baby? I know you're gonna want to go on the rides, too. What if...
"It's okay, sweetheart," she said, laying her hand on his while gently rubbing her thumb across its back. "I'm not a porcelain doll. We can still have some fun. Come on."
I don't know. I mean, we haven't been to one in forever, but it just makes me nervous is all. You're carrying precious cargo, you know?
He chuckled, glancing at her midsection. "I'm pretty sure the little one can have a bit of fun, too."
"Yeah,"
he said, giving her his most charming smile.
"You're right. Let's do it. But if you feel uncomfortable or start hurting or anything, just..."
"I will, baby," she laughed, crinkling her nose in that way she knew her husband couldn't resist. They had married only 2 years after graduation, having been friends since kindergarten, which gave way to love around 8th grade. Her parents were somewhat uptight and self-involved, though they still forbade their only daughter from having a boyfriend until she was what they considered old enough. Jacob and Dorothy would keep their relationship a secret from just about everyone, except for her sister, who knew the two loved each other before even they did. Jacob's father split when he was around 10 years old, but when his mother remarried, she put all of her focus into maintaining her new relationship, neglecting her son in the process. Regardless of their home situation back then, their love for each other had grown as solid as a rock, something that was as true to this day as it ever was. Even after everything, their affection for one another never faltered, a fact that would someday almost sicken their oldest child. As the happy couple spent the afternoon in town together, awaiting nightfall to head to the local fair, they made each other a pledge that they would be far better parents than their folks had been. It had been some years since they lost the ones who raised them, and though they had barely spoken since leaving their childhood homes, they each shared tears from their shared loss, nonetheless. As the sun began to retreat for the evening, Dorothy and Jacob made their way to the annual festivities. This would be the first time they had visited such events in so long, so they had built up quite the anticipation since deciding to attend. They smiled and waved to passerbys, both familiar and unfamiliar, as this small town was a close-knit group. Even strangers felt at home amongst the friendly folks. For hours, the two enjoyed the festivities. They rode the simpler rides, while Dorothy allowed her husband to talk her out of boarding the gravitron and other such things that may put undue strain on the baby or her fragile stomach. Though it frustrated her a bit, she couldn't help but smile at his exaggerated concern. It was only his adoration for her and their child that inspired his worry after all. As they were making their way to the exit, set on packing it in for the night and heading home, they found themselves fascinated by the sight of a beautiful woman with vibrant red hair performing for a small crowd. They had walked past a variety of the sideshows, the flamboyant comedy duo making crude jokes, a singer or two warbling songs of olds to passerbys, and even a magician fit with a top hat and the works, but none so fascinating as this young woman. The way she danced to the music was almost hypnotic to them, and seemingly to those who surrounded her. She contorted her body in ways that any normal human structure would not tolerate, but there was an undeniable beauty to it. Jacob and his wife just watched on as they joined the group, clapping along with them when each piece would reach its climax. When it appeared her show had reached its end, she gave a humble bow, before addressing the adoring fans. "Thank you very much, my friends," she exclaimed above the applause. "If you enjoyed the show, there's plenty more where that came from. I invite you all to the house on the hill. Never have you seen such wonders, and never again will your life be the same after visiting." She reached for a box, pulling out flyers and handing them out to those who reached for them, Jacob and Dorothy among them. Though they had never heard of this house on the hill, the colorful advertisement piqued their curiosity. It almost sounded like some sort of circus, though it promised such acts as one could not even begin to imagine. According to the small map on the back of the printout, it would seem this place was part of the fair itself, located at the very back of the attractions. While a few members of the crowd wandered off in that direction, Dorothy gave her husband a smile, one that he could never refuse, even if he wanted to.
"Yeah, it's not too late,"
he said, chuckling at his lovely wife and her childlike enthusiasm.
"Let's check it out."
She practically jumped in place with excitement, causing them both to laugh. Wrapping her arms around her husband, pulling him into an embrace, she whispered the words into his ears that he would never tire of hearing. "I love you." He joyously returned the sentiment before they followed the others in search of the elusive attraction. Sure enough, right as they passed by the elegant merry-go-round at the rear of the park where the festival set up shop, they looked upon a building shaped like a circus tent atop the small hill. It looked maybe 2 or 3 times the size of their humble home, but it was all decked out in red and white stripes, just as they had imagined it from the description on the flyer. Dorothy could barely contain her giddiness upon looking at the whimsical house, another thing that made Jacob chuckle a little. Hand in hand, they practically sprinted up the somewhat steep incline to reach the large double doors ahead. Regardless of the crowd who had somewhat led them to this spot, they found themselves alone when they reached the top. Whether they assumed the others had already entered or simply didn't give it a second thought, they weren't distracted from their anticipation. They both extended a hand to wrap around each of the twin knobs adorning the side-by-side doors. The second they turned the small, brass knobs, pulling the large doors ajar, neither could have prepared themselves for what happened. Finding themselves in an otherwise empty and wide room, the first thing that caught Dorothy's eyes was the glistening black walls, which appeared to pulse ever so slightly. Jacob took one glance at the staircase to the rear of the room before glancing upwards. When he looked upon the seemingly endless floors that seemed to reach the heavens and beyond, he felt his carefree smile slip from his face. After sharing a brief glance at one another, the two reached for the doors they had no memory of closing behind them. Upon seeing nothing more than the steady, pulsing jet-black wall to their backs, they each felt various stages of panic setting in. While the endless floors and vibrating walls could be somewhat chalked up to some well-designed optical illusions, something any carnival across the country may contain in one funhouse or another, the vanishing door was not as easy to rationalize. As Jacob pounded his fists against where he was certain they had only just entered, he didn't feel as though he were beating any sort of surface he had ever encountered. If anything, though, he wouldn't admit it to himself at first, it was as though he was hitting something organic. Dorothy was forcing her alarmed mind to work overtime in figuring out a solution to this, seeing it as something of a puzzle. Her husband, however, had finally yielded his pointless attacks against the building, having noticed the familiar individual entering the room from the left. "Shall I show you to your rooms?" the beautiful dancer with vibrant red hair said. Her tone was warm and friendly, but that would not distract him from his desire to escape.
"Let us out,"
he demanded. Dorothy quickly glanced from her husband to the woman who had lured them to this place, while her skin began to tremble. "Out?" the redhead asked. "There is no out, Mr. Borden." When he darted towards her, set on tackling her to the floor and convincing him to release them, his rage took control of his senses. Had he not been blinded to anything more than his anger at the time, he may have been able to avoid his unfortunate fate, at least for the time being. Dorothy screamed out far more frantically than she ever had before, when the woman with the scarlet hair simply stepped to one side as Jacob charged at her. With him moving so quickly and hell-bent on reaching his target, he had no time to avoid stumbling over the threshold of the open door the redhead revealed to her back. As soon as Jacob fell into the entrance to somewhere else, the opening sealed itself back shut, leaving only the otherwise empty surroundings in its place.
"Where is he?"
Dorothy screamed out, choosing this question over the multitude that attacked her brain at the time. "In his room, Miss Borden. Are you ready to see yours?"
"Bring him back,"
she whimpered, with tears flowing from her eyes. "But he's in his room, ma'am."
"Then take me to him."
"Only one guest per room, I'm afraid. Now, if you will come with me." Dorothy was already running for the stairs before the redhead could finish. She had no idea where she was going, only that she wanted to get as far away from the woman who abducted her husband. Unfortunately, her destination had already been decided. She was only 3 steps from the next floor when her own door swallowed her up. Having appeared and disappeared so quickly, there was no hope of avoiding it. To the perception of Mr. and Miss Borden, years would pass with them locked away in that place. Whatever tortures they faced over that time would be lost to memory, yet still tucked away in their subconscious until the day they died. Why the building chose to grant them freedom is uncertain, but when they did find themselves back amongst the people of this world, they were not the same as they were before. While only one day had passed since they made that ill-fated trip to the county fair, the burdens of decades of pain still lingered just out of the reach of their memories. Though their conscious minds were fully aware of the happy times that came before that night out on the town, whatever happens to them during their time away had stolen a significant piece of their souls. Malphus just looked at me when his story came to a close. I was stunned by what he told me, unable to form a coherent thought, let alone anything to say to all of this.
"Those missing parts, Michael, are what we're now in search of,"
he said, still glaring at me.
"What remains of your father, but is now bonded with this compass, desperately wants back what it has lost."
I had no words to offer. My agonizing childhood, the loss of my beloved brother, and all of the years of suffering were all due to that godforsaken building. Like I said before, but you were destined for a very different lifestyle. If that doesn't give you a better idea of what we're facing here, nothing will. Why them? I asked, holding back the tears to the best of my ability. Why did it have to take them? Could be nothing more than a wrong place, wrong time kind of thing. Of course, could be something else entirely. Malphus said, glancing over at me from the passenger seat. What do you mean? Given the news they got that day, a more fitting question you should be asking yourself is, why me, all things considered? I wasn't even born yet. I only got involved in all this because of Orchid, because of Grant. I may have never even known either of them if my parents... The growing lump in my throat stuck a fork in my words. It was getting harder and harder to keep my composure through all of this. Why me? I asked, with my voice cracking. All in due time, but this'll all make sense soon enough. Part 4. On the road to the house on the hill. I was growing steadily more frustrated with the fact my passenger seemed no longer interested in answering my questions. I wondered why he had even bothered telling me the story of my parents' fate, only to leave it at that. While I fought the desire to pull over and attempt to force him to tell me everything he knew, I had little doubt he would share anything else with me at the time. Regardless of my still chaos-fueled thoughts about the child that could have been, as well as whatever else Malphus seems to know about me, I was growing more aware of something else. I was uncertain of how long I had been behind the wheel, as my distracted mind had been preoccupied for some time by this point, but I could feel that we were getting closer to what we were in search of. While the burgeoning dread had been with me since I was summoned back to the bar my friend used to do business in, I was aware of something else now. It was as if someone was calling out to me, but not with words or any other such manner of communication I was familiar with. Whether it was that part of me the building was still holding hostage, or just the tendrils of that place wrapping around me, I couldn't say. But we were getting closer. I was certain of that much. When my navigator told me to take the next exit, I felt my stomach begin to lurch with fearful anticipation. Passing by a few gas stations, I took a glance at the dashboard to see the needle dancing a little above empty. Take the next right, Malphus said, as I drifted off the road to fill my near-empty tank. Not that right, the next road. Oh, never mind. Be right back, I said. After walking out of the gas station with a bag load of various snacks and drinks, I slid the gas nozzle into my starving truck, leaning up against it while it filled. As I gazed out into oblivion beyond the world around me, I grew aware of that feeling again, that sensation of being watched. I darted my eyes around, seeing a few other people coming and going or pumping gas into their own vehicles, but it wasn't until I glanced to the other side of the road that I found the source of my unsettling feeling. From the distance between us, I couldn't make out much of the man in the beige trench coat, with the fedora tilted low on his brow, hiding any features from sight. Even though I couldn't see his eyes, I could still feel him gazing into mine. He just puffed on his cigar, releasing thick clouds of smoke into the air around him, barely moving aside from occasionally wrapping his fingers around his stogie. When I finally noticed that what I had assumed to be leather gloves on his hands ended with dark fingernails as his fingers pulled his cigar from his mouth, I knew I had to get moving soon. The lever to the fuel pump nozzle released, assuring me that my truck was once again ready to get back onto the road. But by the time I replaced my fuel cap, I saw no trace of the stranger on the other side of the road. I still darted my eyes all around me while I slid my credit card to complete my business with the small gas station just off the interstate. I tried to convince myself that the unnerving man in the long coat was likely just some random schmuck, maybe even someone homeless or hitchhiking in one direction or the other. Whoever it was, they were gone. As I climbed back into the truck, still glancing back and forth, I cranked the truck to get back on the move.
"Hell yes,"
Malphus said, fishing a pack of donuts and a soda from the back of goodies I had acquired.
"Thanks, bud."
"Don't mention it," I said, cracking open my own drink while taking the road to the right as had previously been requested. With the continued instructions from the passenger seat, I took a left into a somewhat deserted road just a few miles past the aforementioned right. It could be assumed that it was simply not a heavily populated area we found ourselves in, given the state of our surroundings. The few buildings we passed by looked to have closed their doors many years ago, while any vehicle off to the side of the road appeared in a similar state of decay. Even the trees that lay beyond the decomposed shacks seemed devoid of life, with not the slightest leaf sprouting from their bare and withered branches. We stayed on that 2-lane highway for some time, still seeing absolutely no trace of another living thing. Even when I cracked the window to let some fresh air in, it tasted stale, somehow. Something I couldn't help but assume that damned building was responsible for. I couldn't help but see this as a representation of what would be left of the world if we couldn't find a way to put an end to that thing, especially with what had also become of my old street. While the sun began its descent for the night, I slowed the truck down a little to be able to take a glance at the wonder of it all. I couldn't help but think this may very well be the last time I would be able to watch a sunset, something I had admired so many times over the past few years. Though it wasn't quite as glorious as it would be from the beach outside the home I shared with a dear friend, it still inspired me to smile. That brief moment of hopeless joy was cut short when I noticed the silhouette off in the distance. I could only make out a portion of the behemoth perched upon a mountaintop far ahead of us, but I recognized it instantly. In some ways, I had expected it to still be wearing the factory facade it had on our last meeting, but clearly it saw no reason for games anymore. Not from the outside, anyway. With the gargantuan proportions of the beast, I couldn't quite get a read on how far away it still was, but I had a feeling it could see us coming. Of course, my truck was the only vehicle speeding across this particular stretch of road, so it would be difficult for us to be especially stealthy. But I doubt that would have mattered. It was most definitely calling to me, inviting me to come back home. As I continued to gaze out and towards that beast, it felt as though I was staring down the barrel of a loaded gun. It was that very sensation that caused whatever struck the side of the truck, damn near sending us careening into the dead trees off the side of the road, to force my wandering mind back to the more immediate situation in such a jarring fashion, it almost made my head spin.
"Keep going,"
Malphus shouted, which felt like an unnecessary demand, all things considered. When it struck again, this time from the passenger side, I had to fight to keep the wheels from slipping off the tarmac. Over and over, it beat against the doors and fenders, sending us skidding from one direction to the next. Cracks were spiderwebbing across the windshield, making it harder to keep an eye on the road ahead. Thankfully, it was mostly a straight shot, but every jar from one lane to the next made it harder to keep track. When one final strike impacted the right fender on the front end of my truck, I could no longer even hope to prevent us from spinning out of control. I had the pedal pushed to the floor to outrun whatever was attacking from outside, so when we found ourselves quickly jarred to a sharp angle, I lost any control I had left. It's a surreal feeling, being confined in a vehicle as it tumbles across the road. Though it likely went on for a second at most, it almost felt as though hours passed by as the roof caved in, buckling the seat I occupied at the time. Pellets of broken safety glass rained across me as I bounced this way and that, with my seatbelt holding me in place to the best of its ability. When we finally came to a halt, upside down and rocking from one side to the other, my mind was desperately attempting to figure out the next course of action. Ultimately, It was my traveling companion that snapped me back to reality.
You okay?
He asked, unbuckling his seatbelt and tumbling to the warped roof.
Been better, but I think I'm in one piece.
It took us a few moments to wrestle our way out of the beaten and battered truck, a task that was made slightly easier by the windshield being gone. I was apprehensive as we crawled across the pavement, as I was certain whatever attacked the truck could likely make quick work of our far lighter bodies. With the building still practically looming over us in the distance, I couldn't help but feel like this was a last-ditch effort to put our lives to an end before we could reach its massive doors. Of course, even if we did make it to our destination, I had little doubts that it would make quick work of us within its walls. It would seem we were in quite the no-win situation. While Malphus and I crouched down beside the buckled and broken husk of my truck, I was truly desperate to seek out any trace of whatever it was that attacked us. With it being so dark outside and the headlights being snuffed out by the tumbling across the tarmac, it wasn't easy to make out much of anything at the time. With the moonlight illuminating the world around us to a point, I could at least see that the road ahead looked clear, but that wasn't much.
We're gonna have to make a run for it,
False Grant said, darting his eyes from right to left.
You really think we can outrun whatever the hell that was? Unlikely, but we don't stand a chance if we stay here either.
I was attempting to steady my erratic breathing as we gazed upon the path ahead. With my heart racing so hard from the adrenaline rush of the accident that left us both beaten and bloody, I feared I would pass out if I tried to make a mad dash in my current state. Still, I knew we had to try, one way or the other, even if it was, most certainly, a damned if we do or don't scenario.
You ready?
Malphus asked, heaving his own heavy breath.
Fuck no,
I replied with a hollow chuckle.
But I'm game if you are.
Almost as soon as we got to our feet, the crunching metal sounds behind me froze me in my tracks. What my eyes met after I hesitantly turned to see what was happening threatened to drop me back to the hard concrete. It would seem that the trees I had presumed to be long since dead did indeed harbor life after all, but not in a way that would imply anything natural was at work. Those withered and decayed branches extended from the very edge of the deceased forest to our left, wrapping around the truck like some sort of tentacle. Although the wood appeared so dry and rotted that the lightest touch would cause them to snap, the ferocity with which they crumpled the heavy vehicle inspired my legs to shudder. As they engulfed their prize, slowly pulling it back into the sporadic woods, I had no doubt we would be next on its agenda. I was certain that my skeletal structure would not hold up remotely as well as what was once my truck, for that matter. It wasn't until another light source cast its glow upon us that the fear really set in. Perhaps the shock of knocking around in the guts of my truck had been clouding the reality of everything for a time, but whatever else was approaching, I was certain it would only add insults to my current injuries.
Run, Malphus yelled,
snapping my mind back to the slim chance of survival we still had. Without a word, I took off, with the man in the grand suit by my side. Sure enough, as soon as we started running, the decayed limbs shot out towards us, if nothing else being on foot making them easier to dodge than being blindsided in the truck. They moved quickly, but as I ducked under the one coming at my face, Malphus leapt over and across it like Starsky surfing the front end of his car. As another came to my left, I pushed off the ground just in time to avoid it. It still managed to graze my right leg, but only a surface wound, or so I hoped. I wasn't about to waste time investigating, given our current circumstances. Malphus caught one of the branches in his hand, pulling back and full-on karate chopping it in two, as I leaned over at the waist to dodge another. We were faring considerably better than I expected, but I knew we couldn't keep this up, not with so many miles still ahead of us. I never would have thought in my wildest dreams that I would see that damned building as a sanctuary, but it was looking as though we had little to no chance of reaching it now. When I spun in place to veer out of the path of another oncoming branch, I finally allowed my eyes to meet what was producing the source of light behind us. The best way I can describe it is that it looked like some sort of portal, for lack of a better term. It was a vibrant, shimmering pool of green light, which grew wider by the second. I'd say we were a good 20 yards away from it if I had to wager a guess, but that didn't make things feel any less hopeless. At the time, I faced it briefly before leaping forwards and away from a pursuing limb. It looked big enough to swallow me whole. Something I feared was its exact purpose. When I turned to look upon the thing for the second time, it had already tripled in size, easily with enough mass to inhale what was left of my truck, had the trees not already claimed it for their own. I was barely aware of the fact I was growing more mesmerized by it every time my eyes met its shimmering glow. But what snapped me back to reality was not what I expected. When I found myself back on the concrete, I assumed the force had managed to snatch me up as it had my vehicle, but I would be thankfully mistaken on that.
Stay down,
Marcus barked after tackling me to the ground, holding one hand outstretched. I looked up and out to see a veritable horde of branches reaching out for us as I heard some sort of rumbling coming from the portal. It was such a deafening sound that it felt as though my ears would start spurting blood any second. While the arm Malphus held out seemed to freeze the anticipating branches in place only inches from where we lay, the way he was trembling assured me he could not maintain this for much longer. It wasn't until twin lights emitted from within, but separate from the pool of light, that I understood what was happening. The rumbling sound magnified dramatically before simmering down to little more than the humming engine of the familiar BMW that shot out from the portal. As its wheels crashed to the ground, they spun in place for a second before gripping the surface of the road. I knew very well the driving expertise of the man behind the wheel, so when the car came at us, skidding to one side and raining splinters of dry, rotted wood across the road from the limbs it shattered through, I was both elated and somewhat upset at the same time.
Get in,
Brandon called out from the driver's seat. Quickly taking note of his passenger, Malphus and I made for the back seats. As soon as we got inside, the wheels spun against the tarmac once more before shooting us forward and away from the next wave of tree limbs.
Ain't gonna be able to outrun him, kid,
the old man from the pier said to my friend as he stretched an arm back to where I sat, effectively sealing shut my fresh wounds.
I ain't got no choice, man,
he replied, skidding the car from one side of the road to the next in an attempt to avoid the continuous assault.
You do got a choice. Let me out. Are you nuts? I'm not letting...
Listen, kid, the old man said, staring right at Brandon.
I can handle these things. Y'all can. As soon as you can, you stop the car, let me out, and push the pedal to the floor. But...
It's okay, man, I said. Trust me on this. He can handle it. Given the fact that the old man had apparently survived whatever warped reality at the pleasant private beach, I was certain that some pissed-off territorial trees would be nothing more than a Sunday at the zoo for this guy. Still, I truly hoped to have him by my side when we reached the building, but if he tracked us this far, I had to believe he would be along as soon as he could. The second Brandon skidded the tires to a halt, the old man slipped from the passenger seat, beating back the branches that closed in. As I felt the brakes release, Malphus darted through the door next to him.
Go,
he screamed, tossing me the tarnished silver sphere. With that, Brandon hit the gas. I half expected that the pair we left behind would only be able to hold off the trees back where we dropped them off, but no more reached for my friend's BMW as we sped past.
They gonna be alright?
Brandon asked, keeping his eyes focused on the road. I think so, I said, glancing through the back window. I hope so, anyway. With us finally drawing closer to the mountain that currently housed the gargantuan building, I felt that dread setting back in. Not only had we left our biggest guns back on that road, but I didn't want Brandon with me on this one. Yes, it felt good to have a friend by my side again, but he had experienced far more horrible things than he should have had to endure already. I crawled over the center console, stashing the spherical compass in one of the pockets of my cargo pants to take the seat next to my friend, as it felt strangely uncomfortable sitting in the back alone. After I buckled in, giving a quick glance to the man at the wheel, he swatted me across the shoulder.
"Asshole,"
he said, giving me a stern but playful look. When a near blinding light erupted from a ways behind us, we both winced, while Brandon attempted to focus on keeping the car straight. It was just for the briefest moment, like the whole world lit up for a second before falling into darkness once more. I allowed myself a small chuckle, taking satisfaction in the fact that those trees likely had no idea what they were getting themselves into. Brandon offered a giggle in return, and before we knew it, we were laughing hysterically as we sped onwards. Part 5. Honey, I'm home. I could feel my stomach attempting to cramp when we finally reached the base of the hill. I gave Brandon a nod as he reluctantly guided his car into the slender, inclined road. Given the look on my friend's face, it was easy to see that he was as nervous about this as I was. The fact that he'd already returned to that building once, an experience he still doesn't talk about, I could only imagine how he was truly feeling at the time. "You know you don't have to do this, man," I said, attempting to keep the trembling in my voice as hidden as possible.
"I do have to do this," he said. "This shit has to end, once and for all."
It wasn't hard to read the determination on his face and in his voice. Although I had my own very personal motivations for this, even more so with these most recent revelations, I was sure he had more than his own share of reasons. Whether we had any hope of bringing the place down before it had a chance to send us to a bloody end, I highly doubted, but it was far too late to back out now. As the road led to an opening ahead, the headlights of Brandon's car illuminated not only those massive doors and shimmering black walls, but the individual who stood just outside them. Though I hadn't seen the man this close, or from this angle before, it wasn't hard to recognize the long, beige trench coat he wore. Seeing his presence here as verification that he was indeed an emissary of the house itself, I gripped my fingers tightly around the center console, instantly tensing up. Though I was certain the place wouldn't take long to have a little fun with us upon entering, I had hoped to at least have a moment to prepare before entering, as well as giving Malphus and the old man a chance to catch up.
"Who the hell is that?"
Brandon asked softly, seemingly keeping his voice low, as if the headlights wouldn't have alerted the stranger to our arrival. "I don't know, man. I'm not sure." My words were cut short when the man, for lack of a better term, turns to face us, gently tipping his hat as if to say hello.
"Howdy,"
he said, raising his fedora to reveal the brownish, leathery texture of his face as I slowly climbed out from the passenger side door. Strangely, as strange as this man appeared, his expression didn't come off malicious in any way. It was bordering on pleasant, truth be told. Of course, I think Brandon knew as well as I did that this building could put on a happy face until it got what it desired. "Who are you?" I asked, far more defensively than intended. "What do you want with us?"
"Don't want nothing with you boys,"
he said, in an accent quite reminiscent of the old man I hoped would be along soon.
"As for who I am, well, you can call me."
He gave a small smile and a soft chuckle as he appeared to ponder on the words.
"Call me Ed."
Okay. Ed? Why exactly are you here? Why have you been following me? What the hell?
"Whoa now, kid,"
he said, waving an elongated finger before him.
"Ain't what you're thinking at all. I didn't mean to be so cloak and dagger and all. I got some personal business with this place. Just didn't know how to track it. Heard through the grapevine that a friend of Lucifer was making his way here. It was a good deal easier to track you and your demon buddy than the house itself."
"Lucifer?" Brandon asked. "How did you know about him? Or us, for that matter?"
"Oh, we go way back. His family and mine. I ain't exactly from around here, but we cross paths here and there."
"So, what is your business with this place, exactly?" I asked, nodding towards the building as though it required an introduction. I mean, if you know everything you claim to, surely you know why we're here too.
Oh, I do, kid. And I'm on board if I can lend a hand. Thing is, a friend of mine, someone I ain't seen in a long time, got himself swallowed up by this place too. I'd seen him before, back when we first met. I tried to warn him to stay away if he ever came across it again, but it has a way of pulling folks in, even if they don't see it coming. Should have kept a closer eye on him, but just took it on faith he'd be alright.
The unusual guy looked somewhat saddened while he spoke, and though a lot of what he was so casually saying piqued my curiosity more than a little, we didn't have time for these distractions. Though we weren't exactly on a strict schedule, so to speak, I knew that dragging our heels would only lead us to more exhaustion before stepping in to face the music. "All right, Ed, I'll take you at your word on this," I said, feeling understanding of his plight. "I'm Michael. This is Brandon." My friend waved from the other side of the car.
Nice to meet you, sir.
As he walked closer, extending a hand to me, I took in how tall he really was. I felt short next to the guy, but while he shook my hand, I couldn't help but notice how unusual his proportions really were. It felt like his fingers could wrap around my hand twice, and judging by the look on Brendan's face while they shook hands, he was as unsettled by this as I was. Still, I couldn't help but think that if this man was a threat of some kind, he would see no reason to continue his charade. So, I allowed my guard to drop, or at least rest a bit. Of course, I wasn't about to let my guard down around him either. Whether what he said was the truth, or if he was indeed just another manifestation of the house already working its magic on us, I thought it best to play along for the time being. Still feeling less than motivated to get moving, as well as hoping that Malthus and the old man may soon arrive any minute, I reached for my cigarettes, offering Brandon one before I lit my own, at which point the big guy pulled out a fresh cigar.
"Shouldn't we wait for the others?"
Brandon asked, leaning up against his car. "Yeah." The three of us stood there for a while, just gazing up at the beast before us. The moonlight reflecting upon the glossy black walls accentuating that old familiar pulsing. It was like pebbles being tossed into a jet-black river, causing the light meeting its surface to spiral and flicker ever so slightly. It was almost hypnotic to look at, but I would not allow my eyes to fixate for long at a time. I wasn't about to give it the opportunity to weave its spell on me before I even ventured inside. It occurred to me, as I traced my eyes across the seemingly endless length of the place, that this was the first time I gazed upon its true form, if it was indeed that. The first time I entered, and subsequently exited quite some time later, it wore the guise of the old factory. When I approached it from my pleasant little hotel at the beach, I was already deep within its guts as it toyed with me. Even that facsimile of its exterior it showed me so long ago did not fully compare to its actual enormity. From where we stood, only a few car lengths away, I could neither make out its top nor where the walls on either side reached their end. I could only imagine how many poor souls it had ingested over the centuries to grow so bloated and beastly. As my cigarette burned down to its filter, a loud, creaking noise pulled my attention back from dreamland. The massive double doors ahead had only opened a few inches at most, but it was enough to pick up the almost ancient scent of the interior as the light breached through the shallow opening.
"It knows we're here,"
the tall man said. "Of course it does," I replied. "It's been waiting for us." I looked back to the path we had traversed to reach this maddening place, somehow less than surprised to see no trace of the road we had traveled to get here. While I had hoped to see Malthus and the old man casually sauntering behind us, I had a feeling the building wouldn't make things that easy for us.
"Yup,"
I said, nudging Brandon.
"Shit.
Pretty much." The big guy let out a chuckle, shaking his head at the sight of our entryway being gone. I had considered suggesting that we take a quick drive back the way we came in search of the others, but I think I somehow knew we would have to face this alone. Perhaps the attacking trees were nothing more than a distraction designed for this very purpose. A simple diversion to force us to proceed without our more talented companions. I couldn't help but allow laughter to escape my mouth, joining in with the man in the trench coat, to which Brandon gave me a startled and confused look. "It was always going to go this way, man," I said, still exhaustedly laughing.
"Yeah,"
he said, beginning to chuckle as well.
"I suppose you're right."
"You sure I can't talk you into staying here?" I asked, allowing my hollow laughter to dissipate.
"You even have to ask?"
"It's worth a shot," I replied with a shrug.
"One more for the road,"
he said, nodding to the pocket that held my cigarettes. I just reached for the pack, held it out to him, and snatched one out for myself. There was no telling if there would be a chance for another before this place had its way with us. Besides, Ed still had a healthy portion of his cigar left, and it felt rude not to join him. Yes, I was stalling, but can you blame me? "After this is done, I say we get fucked up," I suggested, having no doubts there would likely be no after.
"Hell yeah. First round's on you."
Once that second smoke reached its end, I took one more glance at the direction we had come from. Whether the consciousness behind this place had sent out more emissaries to hold off the arrival of our big guns, or if they could still be splintering trees to reach us, I couldn't say. Either way, I knew there was no sense in dragging my heels any longer. I paced closer to the cracked, open entrance, allowing the light beaming from within to caress me. I stared up at those doors, fully taking in the sheer magnitude of what we were facing, but I would no doubt back down. While my mind almost violently flashed back to every single thing we endured the first time we found ourselves here, I refused to let it intimidate me. "I'm here on my terms this time," I thought, attempting to convince my inner feelings to relax. "No orchids, no mercenaries. Just you and me, bucko. Let's dance, you and I."
"Just remember,"
the big guy said.
"He'll try to play with you. Have a little fun before it decides what it wants to do with you. If it tells you to go right, you go left. You hear me?"
"We know, man," Brandon said, glancing at the tall man before looking back at the entrance. "We ain't virgins anymore. This motherfucker popped our cherry a long time ago." "Shall we?" I said, echoing Grant's words from our last visit, flicking the butt of my cigarette against the side of the door. With Brandon's and Ed's nod, I controlled my fingers' attempts to shudder violently as I reached for the small knob protruding from the gargantuan door.
"Honey,"
I said, pulling the door further open. "I'm home." As I stepped inside, what felt like a rush of adrenaline combined with the memories flooding my mind, causing my head to spin. Ed caught me before the sensation sent me falling to the floor, but after shaking my dizzy head back to the room before me, I wasn't prepared for the familiar individual already awaiting our return. "Welcome home, boys," the redhead standing in the center of the wide lobby said. "And who is this?"
"You took someone I care about,"
Ed said, walking closer to the lady of the house.
"Take me to him."
"I'm afraid any guests we are currently housing are already in their rooms. No visitors are permitted."
"That's not good enough,"
he sneered, tilting his head as he looked down upon the woman who seemed little more than a child to him at the time. "Tell you what," she said, looking back at him with a smile. "I'm certain we have rooms for you as well. If you go willingly to your own living quarters, you are welcome to attempt to escape, at your own discretion, of course. Should you succeed in doing so, you may be free to seek out your friend from there, should the custodians not prevent you from doing so. What do you say?" With a single nod, she pointed to a doorway that was erected behind him, one tall enough for him to easily fit through.
"I'll catch up with you boys later,"
he said, before walking through without hesitation. As the door blinked back out of existence as though it were never there at all, we once more found ourselves alone with the woman I had once seen as a little sister. She didn't appear distorted or as otherworldly as she had in our last meeting, but I still saw the monster behind the flash. Brandon was visibly shaking as he looked upon the woman in the slinky black dress he had once seen a future with. I couldn't blame him, considering their messy breakup and all.
I shouldn't have come back,
Brandon was muttering over and over. Ash cut her eyes from me to him and back again. "Shall I show you to your rooms now?" she asked with a warm smile. "Where's Grant?" I asked, though I was certain she wasn't about to reveal such a thing. "What remains of your friend is in his room, dear Michael. Only one guest per room, I'm afraid." While his ex spoke so casually about whatever fate awaited us, Brandon had begun to back away, still shaking his head and muttering under his breath. We had only just entered when Ash so pleasantly greeted us, with the entrance still open to our backs. As I turned to see my friend slowly making for the exit, I truly hoped he would succeed in escaping before things got worse. Ashley allowed a soft and light-hearted grin to reach across her face as the open door, with the night air still breathing through, sealed itself shut before Brandon had a chance.
No,
he screamed out, pounding his fists against the shimmering wall. "This is where you belong, baby," Ashley said in a disturbingly compassionate voice. "With me." Before I had a chance to react, Brandon charged at her, still yelling out in a shriek that almost made my ears ring. "Brandon, don't!" I ran towards him in an attempt to intervene, but the rage drove him so much more quickly than I could force one foot in front of the other. The story Malphus had told me about my parents still bouncing around in the back of my mind made what happened next no surprise. As he moved to tackle his would-be fiancée to the floor, she swiftly moved to one side, revealing the door-shaped hole where she previously stood. He didn't have a hope of avoiding it. Within those brief moments of my still attempting to reach him, the opening sealed itself shut, locking my friend away from me once more.
"Bring him back,"
I demanded, having fallen to my knees. She just glared down at me with that arrogant look in her darkening eyes.
"Bring him back,"
I shouted again. She paced over to me, so softly it was as though she glided across the floor. Crouching down to look me in the eye, she gave me that crooked smile, lifting my chin with her forefinger. "One per room, Mikey, honey." As I took a hopeless swing at her, she caught my fist in her hand. Honestly, I wouldn't have expected any less, but it was the only action I could think of at the time. When she raised back to her feet, pulling me from the floor by the hand she still held, she cocked her head to the side as we stared each other down. Her smile grew wider and more maniacal, even after she dropped my hand from her grasp. I knew it was coming. "Bye-bye now," she said, gently pushing me back. As I tumbled through the gateway that had seemingly erected behind my back, just as I had witnessed twice already, I closed my eyes in anticipation of whatever would be next for me. Admittedly, I never expected this to be easy, but perhaps from wherever my room was located, I could still make my way back to Brandon and Grant, whatever remained of him, anyway. If nothing else, she had admitted that much. When I opened my eyes again, I was falling quickly to whatever my room was to be. From what I could tell before my back flattened against a soft surface, I hadn't traveled a great distance. When my eyelids would blink back open for the second time since falling into my room, I would once more find myself on familiar ground. Part 6. Give the man a hand. The plush mattress was just as comfortable as I remembered, being about the only relaxing part of my previous visit to this place.
I can't say it held a fond place in my memory, but it did still remain. Yes, every other brutal aspect of the Orchid Grant Festival inspired me to awaken in a cold sweat from time to time, even during that 2-year sabbatical from the horrors of my life, but I had a feeling they would pale in comparison to the scars this vacation would leave me with. Wasting no time investigating my surroundings this time, I headed straight for the window after awakening. While the scenery beyond the glass was just as enticing as it had been before, I was certain the drop from the second floor would go as smoothly this time around. Unfortunately, not only was my room now located on a considerably higher floor, but the window refused to slide open. While the pleasant hotel by the beach had appeared only 4 floors in height before, even if I could get through the window, a drop from what I would estimate to be the 12th or 13th floor would surely leave me bloody and dead upon the sand. Just for giggles and shits, I tried to break through the glass with the tabletop lamp beside my bed, but it reacted as though I launched it against a slab of concrete as opposed to a double-paned glass window. Letting out a shaky breath, I approached what had been an impressively painted door to find an actual knob protruding from this one. I was honestly quite shocked when it freely opened, and not so much as letting out a squeak from its hinges. "This is new?" I said aloud to the empty hallway. As I looked from one side to the other, it appeared as though it went on forever, not in difference to the endless floors above me in the lobby. I got the awful feeling I would be walking these hallways from now until the foreseeable future as I reached into my pockets, fishing out some loose change. I can't lie, I almost absent-mindedly tossed a shiny quarter up to narrow down my left or right debate, before I remembered how much of a bad idea that would be in this place. "Almost got me there," I said with a chuckle to my surroundings. "Letting my guard down again, not a good idea." Ultimately, deciding that either direction likely made little difference, I just veered to the right. I didn't take note of which room was mine out of the seemingly never-ending stream of doors on either side of me, but I had no plans of returning anytime soon. For one, I expected to meet my bloody end just about any minute now, and 2, I had a strange feeling that all roads would lead back to that damned room, even if I did find myself dead on the black and red checkerboard carpet. While the entrance to other rooms I passed had no numbers assigned to them, I could pick up the faintest sounds coming from within a few. It wasn't anything jarring or in any way alarming, just perhaps muttering or scraping here and there. Having no desire or compulsion to investigate any of these noises, I just continued on the same course in search of any escape from the hallway. Maybe 20 minutes later, after the scenery remained so unchanged that there was no way to know how far I had traveled, I came upon something completely unexpected. The elevator was not unlike the one that Grant, Brandon, and myself had used to make our way back to the large cathedral room that almost left us dead. I slid the ironwork gate open, gently placing one foot on the floor of the spacious elevator, halfway expecting it to drop as soon as pressure was applied, something it did not do. Still bracing myself, I walked inside, slid the gate closed, and investigated the series of buttons. To my continued surprise, it would appear I was on the 23rd floor, but I chose not to question the view from my room, just pressed the button labeled Lobby, and hoped for the best. As I began my descent, at a far slower pace than the time I found myself rapidly soaring upwards, I wrapped my fingers around the rail, expecting the worst to hit any second now. Again, there were no surprises, only a fairly lengthy but uneventful ride to the lower levels. Still, I knew this place likes to toy with its guests, and I was not about to give it the satisfaction of thinking I was safe. When the elevator came to a stop to the tune of a loud bell, jingling my arrival, I peeked my hand around the corner to investigate my new surroundings. After seeing nothing more than a fancy, generic-looking hotel lobby, I slid the gates on this floor open, stepping out and strolling casually, but reluctantly, towards what I hoped to be an exit.
"Leaving us so soon, Mr. Burton."
A familiar voice spoke from the front desk of the lobby as I made for the exit. Though I recognized the voice from that very first word it spoke, it did not make turning to see the smiling face of Jensen Orchid any less shocking. "You," I said, unable to convince my mind to send anything more fitting to my mouth.
"And you, Mr. Burnham,"
he said, in that same old condescending tone.
"All alone this time, are we?"
"Grant sent you to hell."
"Well, part of me, yes. We all remain, dear boy. Every one of us who has ever entered this place. You may even run into yourself before long." A twisted smile crossed his face as he spoke, still glaring down his nose as though he were my superior, even in a place such as this. Regardless of the fact he was dressed in a far less pricey suit than the one he wore to his damnation, it was quite clear that he still saw himself as one of high stature. I wanted to reach over that desk, pull him to the floor, and beat the bastard black and blue. But I knew that wouldn't solve anything. At the end of the day, we were both prisoners in this maddening building, whether he could see that or not. You don't really believe you can escape, do you?
Got a lot more to worry about than that. And fuck off, Orchid. I don't need to listen to your shit anymore.
"Dear boy,"
he said, seemingly ignoring my words.
"you'll never leave this building again. Surely even someone as simple-minded as you can see that."
"Again, go fuck yourself, you snot-nosed prick," I said. "And what happened to one guest per room? This is my room, right? What right do you have to be in here?"
Well, it was assumed that he would require, shall we say, supervision. Believe me, dear boy, I'm no happier about this than you. But here we are.
I just waved dismissive hands to the arrogant asshole, setting my course back on the exit ahead of me.
"See you soon, dear boy,"
he sneered as I pushed through the door.
"You may check out any time you like, but you may never leave."
While the ocean breeze that caressed my body as soon as I exited the less-than-pleasant seaside hotel experience felt just as glorious as if it was indeed the real deal, I couldn't deny that Orchid's words had set a doubtful seed in my mind. Whether or not that had truly been the former head of Orchid Industries or just another mind game didn't much matter to me at the time. I had to find my friends, as well as figure out a way to end this place for good. Should I escape with my life was not even a factor anymore. When I first stepped foot in that large room filled with my betters so many years ago, I never expected to survive. This time was no different. Neither was my drive to save those I cared for the most. Anything beyond that was window dressing, all things considered. I know I've said this before, but I'll say it again. I should never allow myself to get too comfortable when things appear to be going smoothly. With my departure from the bizarre hotel and subsequently running into my old boss, so to speak, I let myself get distracted, perhaps even a little relaxed. I just strolled away from that hotel like I did the last time, not so much as looking back. I let my guard down and even lit up a smoke to celebrate. I can be a singularly stupid individual sometimes, I swear to God. When the first one grabbed me, I didn't quite register it. I just realized I could not move my leg. As I casually strolled across the sand like I didn't have a care in the world, glancing all around me in search of threats, I didn't even think to look down. The fact that the hand was heavily decomposed, with more strips of rotten flesh flaking off by the second, did not in any way affect its grip strength. I screamed out a mass of obscenities when I looked down to see it firmly wrapped around my ankle. I could see no source of the arm or body that the hand attached to, as it sprouted from the sand like some sort of bizarre and grotesque plant. While I pulled at my leg, trying my damnedest to break free of its grip, another shot from beneath me, seemingly in search of my other leg. I kicked at the fingers clutching me by the ankle, nailing myself in the process, but I couldn't convince it to let go. As I reached down to physically yank at my leg, bracing the other against the sand for some measure of stability, while dodging the one that still felt around for me, another undead mitt burst through the ground, snatching up my other foot before I could even hope to avoid it. Violently pulling both legs now, The hands tightened their grip to the point it felt like they may shatter the bones before I could break free. To add further insult to my burgeoning injuries, they began to shift back and forth, rocking my legs so vigorously that it made it hard to remain upright. That fight to remain stable ended with my back finally toppling to the sand. If nothing else, the hands adjusted to compensate for my change in stature, rather than still holding my legs in place where they had once stood. When 3 more blew through the surface, 2 grabbing onto my wrists and another my neck, it seemed they were content to simply hold me in place, at least for the time being.
Ah, Mr. Burden,
Orchid said, as he walked up to where I lay, sprawled out on the sand.
You never learn, do you?
What the fuck is this, Orchid? I squeezed out through the tightly gripping fingers around my throat.
It is your room, dear boy. As you said yourself, this hotel, this beach, even the ocean beyond it, it's all for you.
So what? I can't explore my room?
Stupid boy. We both know you did not set out to simply look around. You cannot escape your room, and measures, as you can see, will be taken should you attempt such actions.
I winced as the self-important prick kicked me in the side, taking advantage of the fact I could do nothing to stop him in my current condition. He laughed almost maniacally as he jabbed the tip of his shoe against me over and over. "Stop it, you son of a bitch," I said, wincing with every kick. "When I get loose, damn it, cut that shit out." When the grounds began to shudder beneath me, with the former head of Orchid Industries looking down at me with nothing but contempt behind his gaze as he continued his assault, I could only imagine what my further punishment may be. Once more, the sand shook, causing the man who almost lost his footing to dart his head from one side to the other. It would seem even he didn't know what this was. Everything around me began to tremble, causing even the hotel to look as though the sand was fit to swallow it whole, while Orchid grew a far more startled expression.
What are you attempting, Burden?
He asked in a somewhat panicked voice, holding his arms out to stabilize himself, finally yielding his attacks to my throbbing side. "How the hell can I attempt anything, you ignorant prick?"
How are you doing this? Answer me.
Even the waves were now violently crashing against the shore, showering my captor and me with frigid water in the process. The clouds above me darkened, with stabs of lightning breaching from within. Rain now pelting us, along with the constant spray of ocean water, and while Orchid screamed out against the roaring thunder, the hands around my limbs and throat still refused to let go. With the heavy rainfall beating against my face, it was growing more difficult to breathe. With every inhale, water shot against the inner wall of my throat, causing me to gag and sputter. I writhed and wiggled in an attempt to break free, but it was no use. Even the satisfaction of Orchid, looking almost as terrified as he did the day that both of us truly met my closest friend, was not enough to make me feel any less hopeless at the time. It wasn't until my overseer shifted from afraid to pissed off and afraid that I began to understand what was happening here. "You," Orchid sneered, staring straight forward and behind where I lay. "Me," a familiar voice said. "How can you be here? How did you get in? You should have no power here." "I don't," Malthus said, in a very calm voice as he strolled up beside me. "But he does." I didn't even see the old man from the pier until his feet touched down upon the sand. From what I could tell, he had either been floating around somewhere in the middle of the raging sky, or perhaps only drifted from behind as the man wearing Grant's face came forward.
How about you let the boy go,
The man said, as the wind tousled his thick salt and pepper mustache. With that, every hand that gripped onto me released, before hastily retreating into the sand. Orchid began to pace backward, holding his hands out before him as if to show he wasn't a threat. Malthus helped me back to my feet, while my old boss and the old man waged a staring battle, as the former continued his retreat.
Couldn't resist playing more games, could you?
It wasn't me,
Orchid professed, waving his hands and head from side to side.
It's the building. This room. I was only tasked with supervising, I swear.
Don't mean you wasn't part of it. Don't mean you wasn't enjoying it.
I wasn't. I only did what was asked of me. You don't know what it's capable of when we refuse its demands.
Is that right? The old man said, still glaring at the shivering man being doused by the rain. When Orchid finally turned his back to us, adjusting his slow retreat into a mad dash back to the hotel, the old man reached his hand out, causing the panicked executive to lift from the ground before soaring back towards us.
Let me go. Please, I won't.
I think it's time we reunite you with your other half, the old man said, in a calm but arrogant tone. Before Orchid could so much as squeak out another word, one snap of the man's fingers caused what remained of my former employee to be engulfed in flames. The ear-piercing, agonized wail he shrieked out almost caused me to pity the arrogant bastard for a second. But if nothing else, he would finally be freed from this building, once and for all. While I too hoped to be able to be reunited with whatever remnants of my soul this place still held hostage, I can't say I envied Orchid on this one. The last I saw him before I even understood that this place could tear pieces of us away, claiming them for its own, he was being dragged to the budding metropolis in the heart of downtown hell. Somehow, I think he's in for a rude awakening when he reconnects with the rest of himself. Another example of things I will never get used to saying. When the smoke cleared from the last remaining piece of Jensen Orchid's soul being burned away, the raging storm fell silent. The sky once more brightened, and I was no longer alone in this place. There was still a long way to go. I did not doubt that. But I most certainly felt better about things, now that I had friends by my side. Part 7. Hello again, and goodbye.
How about we go find your buddy Grant now?
The old man said.
Brandon, I replied. We have to find him first. He's been through enough already. I can't...
We can get him later, kid. He ain't going nowhere.
No, he's already been lost in this damn place once. I didn't even want him here in the first place. You dragged him back into this.
He studied me for a moment, cutting his eyes to Malthus, who returned a shrug in response. As desperate as I was to find Grant, to know once and for all if there was even a chance to make him whole again, I couldn't allow my friend and roommates to endure whatever he was going through any longer. Even months after he returned to the house, he wouldn't tell me what he went through that last time. Granted, he didn't recoil or fall apart, as he had during our first visit to this damned building, but he downright refused to discuss it with me. I could only imagine the horrors he had to deal with before Grant gave his life in an attempt to free us both.
All right,
the old man said with a nod.
Brandon first.
Thank you. The thing is, I have no idea how to find him, or Grant for that matter.
One thing at a time, kid. Gotta get out of this room first. We'll figure out the rest from there.
As we stood there, attempting to figure out our next move, the old guy began looking around, muttering under his breath. For a moment, I thought he may be trying to communicate with something, perhaps even the consciousness behind the building itself. When he began to walk forwards, licking his finger and holding it out before him, I couldn't fathom what he was thinking. Malthus looked like he didn't have a care in the world, even after I lit up a smoke to pass the time. We all just casually followed behind our guide as he paced onwards, still gazing all around him like he was looking for something specific. Finally finding our way back to concrete ground, just as I had the first time I walked this path, he stopped before making for the left.
The thing about these old buildings,
he said, almost to himself.
There's always kind of secret passages and doors.
He reached his hand out.
Just gotta know where to look.
I felt my lips separate as my jaw slightly unhinged when reality appeared to swallow the tanned and wrinkled hand. I heard a loud clicking sound when he pulled back, before a tall, door-shaped hole slid open before us.
There we go,
he said, patting his hands together like he was dusting them off. The moment all three of us cleared the doorway, reality sealed itself shut behind us once more. It struck me how similar an experience this was to what I could make out of the opening Grant sent Orchid and all of his high-class associates through. I couldn't help but wonder if such things were just run-of-the-mill happenings for such out-of-reach entities as those I had met throughout my life. The fact that my two traveling companions took all of this in stride made me feel like this was nothing more than strolling into the kitchen from their point of view. Regardless of the whimsies of my curious mind, I highly doubted that I would ever get used to such things, even after all of the crazy things I'd experienced. Once more, we found ourselves in the lobby of the enormous building in which the rules of reality as I knew them do not exist. Thankfully, Brandon's ex was nowhere in sight, though I was honestly quite curious how she would fare against the old guy. "What do I call you, anyway?" I asked, suddenly growing tired of thinking of him as old man or just the guy and whatnot. Why this only just occurred to me, as we were quite literally in the middle of far more important things, I cannot say. Though I had my suspicions as to his identity, I still wouldn't know what to call him were he to validate said suspicions.
What do you want to call me?
He asked, giving me that crooked smile again. I just laughed, awkwardly, rubbing the back of my head. I don't know. How about Max? Why Max? Well, all things considered, why not?
Works for me. Now,
he said, getting right back down to business.
Where'd your friend disappear from?
I walked over to where Ashley had been standing when he entered, where Brandon ended up swept away to elsewhere. Right around here.
All right,
he said, walking over to investigate the area. I moved back out of the way to allow him some space to do, well, whatever it was he plans to do, I suppose. Malphus and I just watched while he sort of sniffed at the air, brushing his hand around in front of him. Again, he was muttering to himself as he circled the area, glancing up and down before he crouched down to the floor.
Let me give this a try,
he said, as he stroked his hand across the floor, lifting up with something pinched between his fingers. Not unlike how the door-shaped hole had appeared after he seemingly yanked the invisible lever, he pulled reality open as if he was lifting a curtain, peeling it away from the floor.
You two head in. I'll keep the door open if you need me. Just give me a shout.
Malphus shrugged, walking forward and ducking under the blanket of the lobby, with me following behind him. In all honesty, I was reluctant to go in without the man now dubbed Max by my side, but I hoped we could handle whatever Brandon was going through without him. Worst case, maybe we give him a shout and just look for another exit back to the lobby afterward. Upon reaching the interior of what was hopefully my friend's room, I couldn't make out much other than the glow of the lobby at our backs. There was something of a familiar odor to this place, but not significantly so. Not enough for me to exactly scream Eureka or anything. Wherever we were, it would seem we were indoors. I felt no breeze and heard no sounds of much of anything, but when I reached out through the darkness, it didn't take me long to locate a wall of some sort. I traced my fingers across it as my eyes began to adjust to the darkness a little. When a light came on above my head, I froze for a second, fearing we'd been discovered by whatever malicious entity controlled this part of the house.
That's better,
Malphus said, smiling back at me next to the switch he just flipped. Finally being able to see where we were, it wasn't hard to figure out that it was some sort of basement, with a flight of stairs leading upwards on the other side of the room. When I creaked open the door to the next level, I listened closely for any signs of life beyond it.
After verifying that it all seemed clear, we walked through to see a fairly nice-looking ground floor of a house. Some of the furniture and color schemes were strikingly similar to the house I shared with the man we were seeking out. But when I heard what sounded like feet pacing across the floor above us, I froze in place again. For a moment, given our surroundings, I felt almost like a burglar, sneaking around a house I didn't belong in. But Malphus carried on like he owns the place, taking no care in silencing his footsteps. As I crept to the next flight of stairs, set on practically tiptoeing the rest of the way, I couldn't deny I felt a little silly with how I was carrying on. Still, I continued on that course, even after hearing what sounded like voices ahead. My mind flashed back to the room in which the distorted husks of my parents almost sent me to a grisly end, something that brought with it a stab of pain in my stomach. I hadn't fully realized, as Malphus revealed the story of their abduction, that those mutated, skeletal abominations were very likely the parts of my folks the building had claimed for its own. Though I could not pretend that the hatred I felt for them still remained, I hoped I may be able to free them from this maddening place as well before our work was done here. If that would even be a possibility. As I snuck across the slender hallway at the top of the stairs, I heard laughter coming from the room ahead. I feared that whatever it was that held Brandon captive may be well aware of our intrusion, preparing to strike the moment the door was opened. Regardless of my legs beginning to tremble and my back stiffening, I had to see this through. I had to save my friend, one way or another. I was almost heaving for breath as I reached out for the doorknob to the room in which the almost childlike voices were giggling. I wondered if Brandon had been changed into a kid as I had before, or that there may be even some sort of deformed, malicious horror movie children in there. The longer I stalled, the more graphic imagery crossed my subconscious, practically begging me to turn tail and run. But I would not leave him behind. Not this time. Before I could talk myself out of it, I clenched the knob and threw the door open. But I saw, while I stood in that opening, desperately hoped for even the slightest chance of pulling off this rescue attempt, will likely linger behind my eyelids for many years to come, no matter how much my mind may beg for distractions.
Oh shit!
Brandon screamed as his naked body tumbled off of the woman with the bright red hair. I just stood there, stunned, as he scrambled to pull the blankets to cover himself up, while Ashley laughed hysterically.
Don't you knock, man?
He said, chuckling and looking incredibly embarrassed at the same time.
Damn, man.
We... I couldn't even begin to force my mouth to work right as the couple finally succeeded in covering themselves up. Malphus was almost buckled over with laughter, while I still stood in place, almost shell-shocked from the sight of parts of one of my closest friends I never expected to see. While this was a far more acceptable scenario than the horrors I had prepared myself for, I still couldn't wrap my mind around the apparent rekindling of such a relationship. So many questions hit me while I fought to speak. Was this truly the Ashley that damned us to this place? Was this what Brandon went through the last time he was here? Why the hell was I locked away on the beach of 1,000 undead hands while my roommate was getting his rocks off?
I wish you would have called, man,
Brandon said, sitting next to his ex-girlfriend with his arm around her.
I mean, it's nice of you to stop by and all, but what the hell, Brandon?
I asked, finally convincing my words to exit my mouth, while Malphus still snickered at my back.
You know what she is, right? Did you forget what she did to you? To us? Dude, what the fuck, man? What's your problem? You were the best man at our wedding, and now what, you got a problem with her?
Wedding?
But...
My words were cut off when Malphus laid a hand on my shoulder.
1 minute,
he said, holding one finger out to Brandon and his apparent wife, pulling me back out of the room.
I'm sure this ain't her. Like, not her, you know.
What is this? I asked, still bewildered.
He's been here a few times now, right?
Well, 2 times, not counting the time he died. It's complicated.
Either way, I'm thinking there was some trial and error last time. Maybe the house figured a happy guest is one that don't want to leave, you know?
So, what? It gives him a happy stay at the Get It On ranch, and I get tossed in a hotel run by my shitty old boss who tried to kill me?
The way I see it, and don't get me wrong, I'm no expert or nothing, but he came here willingly the last time, right? Maybe you knew how to keep him content this time. On the flip side, you've royally pissed off this place. It ain't trying to make you cozy.
I just looked at him. I couldn't deny he made some sense, but at the same time, Brandon looked terrified when we entered. Why would he be so frightened of returning to the fucking love shack?
Just a theory, he said. But maybe if we play along, we can get him to follow us.
Okay, I said, seeing no other option at the time. When I reluctantly returned to the room my friend was in, I was thrilled to see he was just finishing up getting dressed. "I'm sorry, man," I said, when he turns to look at me. It's been a crazy day. I wasn't trying to."
It's cool, man. No harm done. How about you come over tomorrow and we can have some drinks or something?
Actually, and I'm really sorry to ask, given that, well, but any chance I can get you to come with me for a few? I gotta show you something.
It's really late, Michael,
Ashley said, wrapping her fingers around Brandon's wrist.
Plus, we were kind of in the middle of something.
The two smiled at each other, giggling a little.
Yeah, man. Just come back tomorrow, yeah?
Brandon, man, I know I wouldn't ask you if it weren't important. Please.
No.
Ashley screamed, with her eyes darkening and hair blowing out to the side, as it had out at the Orchid Mansion off Albertson Road.
Babe?
Brandon said, sliding off the bed.
Stay.
She shouted, with darkened veins beginning to line her pale face.
What the...
Brandon, get away from her! With a hauntingly loud shriek, she burst from the bed, floating above it, glaring down at me with a thick fog leaking from her eyes.
He's mine,
she sneered, in a voice far deeper than the average person was capable of.
You're ruining everything.
As she shot towards me, Brandon jumped at her, attempting to tackle her, but she was on me before he even had a chance. She gripped her hands around my throat, whilst Malthus attempted to pull her off. With one hand around my neck and the other jabbing at my midsection, everything before my eyes was growing quickly out of focus. Just as things began to fade completely, while the man wearing Grant's face still fought to free me from the mad woman, Brandon did something very unexpected.
Baby,
he said, tracing his fingers across the side of her face.
It's okay.
As her grip loosened, her hair fell back across her shoulders. Her darkened eyes blinked back to their usual green, with tears trickling from behind them.
He wants to take you away from me.
Sweetheart, I'm not going anywhere, he said, pulling her to face him and wrapping his arms around her. She fell into him, clutching tightly at his back and sobbing across his shoulder.
It's all right, Michael,
he said, not looking up from her.
You guys go ahead without me.
Brandon, this isn't real. It's the house manipulating you.
I know, man. I know what this is. Took me a minute to realize, when you walked in. Just go.
Malthus laid a hand back on my shoulder again, this time to console, not to distract.
Let's go, but let's go find Grant.
Brandon.
Just go, man. And maybe come visit me sometime. I love you, man, he said, finally looking up at me with glassy eyes. We had some laughs, yeah?
Yeah, man. Yeah, we did.
You take care of yourself, brother.
You too. Was all I could squeak out around my cracking voice. As we walked away, closing the door behind us, I was still fighting to hold back the tears. I could still hear Ashley crying from the bedroom, but I would not look back. Malphus and I walked back down to where Max still held the curtain up for us, but I didn't go through just yet. "Malphus," I said, inspiring my companion to face me as he reached for the opening back to the lobby. "If we do put an end to this place, will it set him free?"
I don't know, man. I hope so. I really do.
I took one last glance back, though, in the basement. I couldn't exactly see the room my friend now occupied. I swore to myself that I would find a way to retrieve him, even if his girlfriend would see me dead at her hands for my efforts. This would not be the first time I had to leave a friend behind, but I could not deny this was at least a far better fate than what Grant was likely enduring. "I'll see you soon," I said, before leaning over and following Malphus through the curtain of reality, before it fell closed behind me once more. Part 8. An Unexpected Detour.
When y'all first arrived in this place,
The old man said, staring around the wide open space surrounding us.
where was Graham before y'all met back up?
"I don't know exactly," I replied, thinking back to what my friend told me that day. "He said it was some sort of trailer park, I think. When he got back here, he said he found himself on one of the higher floors, I think, but he didn't say which."
Well, that don't narrow it down much.
The man I named Max replied, rubbing the stubble of his chin.
I can feel him, but it's faint. If you were on one of the higher floors,
Malphus added.
maybe. Yeah, reckon that might work.
With that, the old man headed for the steps, with Malphus and I following along. I can't say I was exactly thrilled about climbing the stairs again, but I wasn't about to stroll into any of the rooms unless Max did first. A good 4 floors up, I felt the spherical compass dancing around in my pocket. Given the fact that I ran into my folks the last time I was here, I couldn't help but wonder if they were still shacked up in one of the rooms we passed by. Perhaps the part of my father that was pulled back from hell could feel the presence of his other half. Of course, I wasn't about to risk giving those mutated versions of my parents another chance to finish the job they started some years back, just to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. Another 2 floors up, I was distracted by the sound of what sounded like something charging up a hallway to our right, seemingly coming right at us. When Max moved in front of me, holding his arms out as though to protect me from what was approaching, I braced myself for a fight. Given the fact that the old man clearly still had power in this place, regardless of the fact it stripped Grant and Malphus of any unique talents, I wasn't entirely sure if he was at 100% of his capacity. Yes, the more awe-inspiring things I watched him do, the more it secured the knowledge that he was the entity I presumed him to be, but this building operated by its own rules. Different planes, different rules. Grant told me back on Alberson Road. And this place was most certainly something different. As the floor began to shudder from the apparently heavy footfall of whatever drew closer by the second, my heart once more pounded like a drum. Max had his fists balled in preparation for a fight, just as he had when he sent Malphus and me running from the pier. But when a familiar coat came into view, I laid a hand on our escort's shoulder. "It's cool. I know this guy," I said, attempting to convince the old man to relax.
He ain't alone,
He replied, maintaining his stiffened posture.
Run,
Ed shouted when he was close enough for his words to reach us.
It was then that I noticed his pursuers. There were 3 of them, from what I could tell, given the enlarged stature of the man in the fedora, each one just as tall, if not taller than the one they were chasing. Their proportions were far more abnormal than Ed's, though, as were the number of their limbs. The best way I can describe them, given that my panicked mind was all over the place at the time, was that they almost appeared to be massive spiders, running on their hind legs, with the other 6 extremities acting as arms as they reached out towards their prey. To make things even more bizarre, they were dressed in some sort of hotel bellboy or doorman garb, with small, brimless hats upon their tiny, spherical heads, with 8 orange eyes illuminating their fur-lined faces. They swatted their multiple slender arms at the air in front of them, slicing through the walls at their sides with these slender, needle-like claws on their 2-fingered hands. It would seem that Ed was far enough ahead of them that their attacker did not reach their mark, but as he drew closer, I could tell he hadn't avoided them completely. Dark blood leaked from the many gashes across his torso and arms, but that didn't stop him from running like a bat out of hell. Only a few yards away, he continued screaming for us to run, but Max stood his ground. As soon as the big guy got alongside where Malphus and I stood, with what I presumed to be the custodians almost close enough to touch, the old man outstretched both of his arms.
Close your eyes,
he screamed out as his hands began to glow. Malphus, Ed, and I huddled together as I tightly shut my eyes before a near ear-piercing howl rang out, sounding as though it caused the walls to throb even more violently as the vibration cascaded against them. When our surroundings returned to silence, aside from the soft, pulsing soundtrack to the building, I hesitantly opened my eyes. Max was panting for breath, hunched over while gripping his knees. There was no trace of those things that had chased after Ed, only a cloud of ash softly scattering across the carpeted floor.
Thanks,
Ed said, still gasping for oxygen himself.
Don't mention it,
the old man replied, straightening his back with a long, heavy exhale.
They were there as soon as I got out of my room,
the big guy said.
I fought off a few of them, but they just kept coming. I didn't have no other choice but to run.
Ed held out a hand to Max, who exhaustingly took it in his as the two introduced themselves to one another. As the old man released his grip, Ed held on a moment longer, seemingly studying the man with the caterpillar mustache.
What are you?
Ed asked, wearing a very serious expression.
What do you think I am?
Max replied, lifting his mustache on one side with a smirk. Ed, I said, laying my hand on his tense wrist. He's the guy who's going to help us take this place down.
Is that right?
He said, finally releasing his grip.
That'll be a sight to see then, won't it?
So, where are you going from here? I asked, hoping to change the topic of discussion.
I gotta find my friend's room. Took me longer than I'd hoped to get out of mine, you know,
he said with a laugh.
I just gotta figure out how to track it down.
Max, I said with a shrug. I don't suppose we can help Ed get where he's going before we move on.
Kid, we don't need to waste no more time, huh?
He cut his words short, taking in my almost pitiful expression.
One last stop ain't gonna hurt nothing, I suppose.
After a bit of back and forth, Ed informed Max of anything that could be of assistance in tracking where his friend was tucked away. It would seem that he was searching for a man named Richard Dorian, who had apparently originated in a universe parallel to our own, one in which the building still managed to introduce itself to him. As the far-from-human entities spoke of things such as alternate realities, planes of existence, and something involving some sort of intersection, it was almost comical to hear such things so casually talked about in very down-to-earth country accents. I suppose I had never given much thought to any other realities, or why such underworldly beings would settle on such human attributes as accents. Even when Grant peeled away his mask to reveal who he truly was all along, I didn't dwell too much on the fact that he wasn't really from Liverpool, England. Given how the devil has often been portrayed as speaking in that manner, it sort of made sense to me in a way. While I now stood as a bystander while two entities far more ancient than the English language itself discussed these unbelievable things in a southern drawl, I couldn't help but laugh at the insanity of it all.
Ah, shit, Malphus said, giggling a little himself. He's finally lost it.
Before I knew it, I was in hysterics along with the man I'd previously resented for having the nerve to wear my best friend's face, laughing so hard that the two country boys with unfathomable power glared at us, as though we had just done some passing the duchy on the left-hand side.
You're all right, Malphus, I said,
after finally settling down from my much-needed fit.
Ain't so bad yourself, but,
he replied, wiping his eyes with the back of his arm.
Y'all good?
Max asked, coming off like the reasonable adult in a house full of kids. That only served to make us crack up again, so hard that I beat my fist against my knee, almost gasping for breath, as our two elders had been only moments before. Once we finally got moving again, with the man in the grand suits and I still giggling from time to time, Max seemed certain that he could locate the entrance to Mr. Dorian's room, given the apparently unique nature of his personal history. We continued to ascend the many levels of the building as the old man claims that our next interval should be on the way, which was apparently the only reason he agreed to go along with it. Maybe 4 more floors up from where we ran into Ed, or where he ran into us, would be more appropriate, our guide stopped, gazing down another hallway. He looked from one direction to the next, holding up his finger as though he were about to speak, before cutting down the corridor lined with doors on either side, not unlike the one I had strolled through back at the not-so-cozy hotel by the beach. As Max wrapped his fingers around a doorknob on his left, slowly pushing it open, a woman's almost deafening scream echoed out from within.
No,
he said, slamming it back shut.
Not that one.
Given his wide-eyed expression as he stared back at the now closed door, I almost dread to think what he looked upon. He shook his head quickly as if to scatter the vision of what he saw away from the surface of his mind before walking another few paces back the way we came. He was far more apprehensive when he opened the next door, but as he leaned through, turning his head from one side to the other, he seemed a good bit less traumatized by this one.
I think this might be the one you're looking for,
he said, nodding to Ed. Need a hand? I reluctantly asked as the big guy made for the opening.
I can't ask for that, kid, he said with a smile. I already took you out of your way already. I don't know, man,
Malphus added.
Might be best if we stick together. We ain't exactly got the luxury of taking our time, fellas.
Max barked, looking far more agitated than he had yet. In all honesty, his somewhat angered expression made me jump a little. Given the reputation of whom I presumed him to be, I was well aware he could have something of a temper, and though I didn't want to get on his bad side, I had agreed with Malphus on this. Not only did Ed seem as though he could handle himself in a fight, having fended off a good deal of the custodians before making a run for it, but if we could track down his friend, it most certainly couldn't hurt to build our numbers. Before I had a chance to add my 2 cents, it seemed Max already knew where my head was on the topic.
All right,
he said with another heavy sigh.
Y'all go on then. I'll make sure the door stays open and take care of any critters that come along.
Granted, I wasn't exactly thrilled about entering any more rooms than I had to in this damned place, but something about this Ed guy made me trust him. Even now, looking back at everything, I can't say what it was about him, but somehow I had a feeling we were going to need his help to bring this place down. As I followed Ed and Malphus through the door to find we were on the side of a road somewhere, with nothing much around aside from a small restaurant on the other side of the street. The road itself looked as though it reached a good distance on either side of where we stood. But Ed wasted no time before crossing the streets and pushing open the entrance to the diner. When I walked in, The scent of food being cooked instantly caused my stomach to grumble its enthusiasm. Being that the last time I had eaten was some snack food from the gas station at which I technically met our new companion for the first time, I was most certainly hungry. Unfortunately, given the fact that the place was just as deserted as the hotel back at the beach, I was quite apprehensive about what was happening on the grill at the time. The place looked no different from just about any other eatery just off the highway I had seen. Booths, tables, countertops with cash registers mounted upon them, nothing out of the ordinary, aside from the complete lack of either customers or staff. When I followed Ed through the door to the kitchen in the back, I imagine my horrified expression matched his own when I noticed what it was that provided the enticing scent of cooking meat. I burst back through the door, gasping for breath as I fought against the urge to retch across the deserted diner. The wide and agonized expression that peered back at me from the severed head on the slab, along with the scatterings of the poor guy's limbs and what appeared to be organs across the stovetop, would be likely to inspire me to question any meal I may eat in the near future.
Was that him?
I asked, still gasping for breath when the big guy came out behind me.
Yes and no, he replied. You okay? If you need to head back, go on ahead.
No, I'm good. Just give me a minute.
Well, that was fucked up.
Malphus added.
And I live in hell. That's saying something.
I couldn't help but laugh, which didn't entirely help my predicament at the time. After a few moments, once Ed had helped me back out to the little cannibalistic diner, the cold sweat and bubbling guts subsided, allowing me to stand upright once more. So, what did you mean by yes and no, exactly? I asked, glancing over at the open door that still stood on the other side of the street.
Ain't no sense in keeping someone in these rooms just to kill him,
Ed said, glancing all around where we stood.
They'd saying it didn't happen, but nah, he's still out there, somewhere.
But how can you be sure that wasn't him?
When we met, Dorian and me, well, it's a long story, but he wasn't exactly the only him there was last time either.
He made a strange expression while he spoke, something between almost confused and a little bashful in a way, but I had no idea what to think. Given the fact that I knew we didn't need to waste any more time shooting the shit, I chose to just leave it at that. If he was certain his friend was still alive, I would do what I could to help him. For now, at least.
Way I figure it,
Ed said, diverting back to the matter at hand.
He'll be up that way.
The direction he gestured towards looked to be many miles of deserted road, something I had no doubt would take some time to navigate. Dreading to think how long it would take to track this guy down, I began to wish I had just sat this one out after all. I darted my eyes from side to side in search of anything to move this along when I noticed the front end of a car poking out from behind the diner we had just hastily exited. As we rounded the corner to see several vehicles parked behind the small building, I quickly began peering through windows and pulling open doors to see if any had keys within. Don't suppose you know how to hotwire a car? I asked Malphus.
Really?
He replied, looking insulted.
What? Just because I'm a demon, I'm gonna know how to hotwire? Seriously, dude?
Shit, man, I'm sorry, I'm just
fucking with you.
He replied with a laugh.
Of course I can hotwire.
Dick, I said, while he began reaching under the steering wheel of a blue SUV. He was still chuckling when the engine began to rumble, and I couldn't help but join in. Even Ed was giggling a little as we boarded on our chariot. Within moments, we were speeding across the road in search of the elusive Mr. Dorian. With little to nothing besides trees on either side of us, I had no way of knowing how much longer this may take. When I did see signs of something else on the road ahead of us, I can't say that my mind was prepared for what I saw. It looked as though maybe 30 or 40 black and somewhat luxurious-looking cars were bonded together in some sort of cluster. The road we had traveled to get here led right into the rear end of one of the vehicles, with the others having their own roads sprouting from their trunks. The way they conjoined at the hoods was mind-boggling, how one ended and another began almost seamlessly. "What is this, Ed?" I asked, slowly climbing out to the SUV.
It's the intersection, or this building's version of it anyway.
"The intersection? Wait, never mind. Long story, yeah?" Ed just shrugged, glancing from one road to the next.
You could have gone down any one of them, he said, gazing out into the beyond. Ain't no telling.
As a strangely muffled yet loud scream bellowed out from somewhere in the distance, we all stared straight towards where the sound seems to be coming from. The volume was definitely escalating, something that assured me that whatever was providing it was near. While I braced myself for the possibility of a fight, or some new horrifying sights to fester within my subconsciousness, a man suddenly came into view, seemingly blinking into reality before us.
Ed! Ed!
He screamed out as he leapt across the hood of one of the cars, timing over the roof and sliding down the truck.
Ed!
He said, breathing heavily.
They're coming. We gotta...
When Ed caught the man in his arms, cradling him against his chest, more aggravated shouting met my ears as a board of truly bizarre-looking creatures bounded across the vehicle the man had just crossed to reach us. In those mere seconds, before our surroundings drastically altered before my eyes, I saw Ed pulling off his coat to reveal bulging and scarred muscles beneath. The mob of beasts, both large and small, each looking like something inspired by a child's nightmares, came charging towards us, while Ed's body appeared to swell and grow as he tucked the shivering man behind his back. In that instant, as I backed away from the imminent battle for our lives, I felt my body soar, as though some sort of tornado swept me from my feet. I felt my limbs flail wildly as the violent wind caressed my body before I found myself standing upright on trembling legs, with Malphus at my side and the old man who kept the door open for us before me. I darted my head around, finally understanding that we were back in the hallway of the house on the hill, with the door closed at our backs.
I'm sorry, kid,
Max said, heaving for breath.
I had to bring y'all back. We're running out of time.
It was then that I noticed the walls were pulsing so much more erratically than they had before we entered that room. "Where's Ed?"
I tried, kid. I really did. Was lucky I was able to get you two.
It was then that I noticed the mounds of ash scattered across the floor, leading me to believe that the old man had to deal with a great many custodians as he fought to keep the door ajar.
If we got time, we'll come back for him,
he said, still breathing heavily.
But we gotta find Lucifer before it's too late.
Part 9. Who are you, and where have you been? After reluctantly walking away from the door that Ed and his friend were locked behind for the time being, we made our way up a few more floors. When Max began to slow his pace, angling his head from one side to the other as though he were listening for something, I had to believe we were close to Grant's room. At the top of the next flight of stairs, he stopped in place, holding a finger up to silence Malphus as he attempted to speak. The old man stroked his finger across a door to his right, pacing steadily onwards, repeating the process with every other entryway he passed through. I continued to follow behind the two as they cut down a hallway lined with more doors on either side. Being the guy in the back, as I had been some years before, I made sure to keep glancing behind me, just to be sure nothing else was stalking us. In all honesty, I was quite surprised to see that we seemingly had the run of the place as we continued our investigation. While I was feeling guilty for leaving both Ed and his friend behind, I still felt worse about Brandon. Though I wasn't entirely convinced Ashley was the real deal, or that she was nothing more than a part of the illusion of the fantasy this place created for him, I couldn't help but think it really was her. Again, along with the fact that nothing seemed to be pursuing us as we casually walked the stairs and corridors, no more custodians or any other such things, Why had Ashley allowed us to leave? She and Lilith had put so much effort into bringing us back to this damned building, but she was now so focused on her relationship that the rest of us could come and go as we pleased. Nothing was adding up to me at the time, but I also knew how much the force behind this place loves to play with its food, so to speak. Perhaps these were no more than distractions set in place to mess with me. Either way, I wasn't about to let my guard down again, as I had back on that beach. Mind games or not, I would see this through to the end, if it would be possible to do so. When the old man stopped in place with his palm pressed against an unmarked door, he glanced back at me, nodding his head.
"You all ready?"
he asked, cupping his hand around the knob. After Malphus and I returned a nod, he pulled the door open, allowing cold wind and flakes of snow to breathe out from whatever lay beyond it. With Max guiding the path before us, we all walked through the opening, to find ourselves in what appeared to be a desolate and long-forgotten town of some sort. As my feet crunched through a thick snow, I glanced back to see no trace of the doorway, only the vacant and snow-covered road. We didn't speak as we continued on, passing broken-down old shops and houses, some with boards covering their windows, while others had only shards of broken glass. It was almost mesmerizing to look upon, as we seemed to be making the only footprints this place had seen in possibly decades. Even if it was nothing more than another illusion or otherwise falsified reality the building conjured up, there was such a melancholy beauty to our surroundings. As Max cut down a slender alleyway between some rundown shops, I had to believe he knew where he was going. Whether it was that sensation he had mentioned, that ability to feel out where Grant was located, or something else entirely, I couldn't say. But if I didn't know any better, I would almost think he knew his way around this decomposing town. If he was indeed who I suspected, of course, I would imagine there was a great many things about his abilities that were far beyond my understanding. An old run-down trailer park was just across the road when we cleared the long alleyway, something that caused the butterflies in my stomach to attempt some gymnastics. I couldn't know what sort of condition whatever remained of my closest friend was in, but the idea of seeing him again almost made my head loopy. The fact that the frigid wind and snow were making my extremities quite numb by this point could have very well been a factor in that as well. While we strolled between and around the warped frames and buckled, crumbling walls of ancient mobile homes, Max was cocking his head from one side to the other. He gently traced his fingertips across the abandoned residencies, which looked as though they could infect any regular person with varying degrees of tetanus. As strangely beautiful as the town from decades past looked, I wasn't about to risk touching anything if I could help it, though I was certain he had nothing to worry about. When Max finally stopped at the door of a trailer that was almost completely flattened on one end, with the walls similarly split in the center as the Titanic before its final descent into the freezing ocean, I felt my chest tighten with anticipation. Once more, he reached out, pulled the door open, and climbed up into the now less than mobile home, in one wide stride to avoid the 3 broken steps that led up to it. I followed Malphus as he followed suit, feeling my jaw drop again when I looked at what this trailer held within. The tiny and decaying snake that hung from the ceiling had been cut apart down its center, from the throat to the tip of its tail. Several lengths of what appeared to be fishing line were tied at about 5-inch intervals, splaying open the body, with the innards drooping below. I covered my mouth, shaking my head from side to side in denial of seeing what I had presumed to be my friend, seemingly long since dead and decomposing. When the head of the snake moved ever so slightly, rising to meet the old man's gaze, lazily blinking its eyes open, I almost fell to the floor due to my weakening legs turning to jello beneath me.
"Hello, Lucifer,"
Max said, caressing the face of the poor creature with his hand.
"What do they do to him?"
Malphus asked, looking as though he may well break down himself.
"Looks like the part of him this place held on to reverted to the first form he took on this earth. Might have been good old-fashioned instinct was all that was left."
The old man nodded to Malthus, who held out his arms as Max pulled a pocket knife out to cut the lines holding the remains of Grant above the floor. As the snake dropped to the waiting arms, the old man ran his finger across its back, inspiring the guts to retract back into the shell as it sealed itself shut. It still looked as though it had little life left in it, but it was at least one solid structure again. As I moved in closer, the head lifted to look my way, before rubbing up against the hand I held out. Though it was heartbreaking to see my friend in such a withered state, I couldn't help but smile at the possibility that he may recognize me after all.
Let's get him out of here,
Max said, as Malthus coiled the snake around his shoulders to safely carry him to freedom. As we strolled back out of the downtrodden trailer park through the slender alleyway and towards the center of the beaten-down old town where we initially crossed through, Max stopped in place, turning around to face us.
This should be as good a spot as any, he said with a shrug. So, how do we do this?
Malthus asked, laying the snake down upon the cold ground.
You just gonna snap your fingers, send me back home, and slide the big guy back into this body, or what? Something like that,
the old man said, as he paced closer to the man keeping Grant's seat warm, so to speak. I looked at the two men, down to the serpent slowly coiling itself into a ball and back up again. While I couldn't even begin to imagine what this process would entail, I was almost bubbling over with anticipation for seeing Grant back on his 2 feet again. The old man had warned me. The old man had warned me that he may not be himself at first, but I still held out hope. What happened next took me a moment to fully process. As I said, such things are far beyond my pay grade, but I was not even remotely prepared for it. Malthus shrieked out in a horrifying wail that damn near caused me to retch across the snow when Max thrust his hand into his chest. As light beamed out from his eyes, nose, and mouth, his howl reached an ear-piercing and agonizingly haunting level. There was a crunching sound, followed by that vibrant glow flickering, and the gut-wrenching squeal reaching such a high pitch that I covered my ears, in hopes of preventing them from spurting blood. When Max pulled his hand free, leaving a gaping crimson hole in the chest of the man who dropped lifelessly to the snowy ground, the light now breached from between his tightly balled fingers, rather than the now catatonic face of the man who lay sprawled out on the ground. The snake attempted to recoil as he snatched it up with his free hand, peeling its mouth open with his thumb and forcing the source of light down its throat. He still clutched the now writhing serpent as he crouched down beside the empty husk of fabricated human flesh before he began feeding it into the wide and grizzled hole he had made in it. I watched on, trembling violently from head to toe as the snake slithered in the rest of the way before the body began to twitch and spasm. When the gnarled tear in the heaving chest sealed back shut, the seizures reached a new level, causing the body my friend used to wear to flip and flop like a fish out of water, slapping each limb against the surface of the ground beneath the thick snow. Another howl breached from the mouth as I dropped to the snow, unable to prevent my legs from becoming gelatinous and lifeless beneath me. The Grant suit continued to jerk and whip this way and that, sending clouds of snow flying from one direction to the next. Before I knew it, I joined the chorus of horrified shrieks, still gripping my ears tightly, until the body finally fell still once more. My ears continued to ring when everything fell silent again, with only the light howl of the wind and the snowflakes brushing against my face and shoulders making the slightest of sounds. Max just stood there with his hands in his pockets, staring down at where serpent and man became one, while my mind fought to wrap around what I just witnessed.
Malthus?
I whispered through my trembling breath.
Gone,
Max replied, not looking away from the body on the ground.
Did you send him back?
He was the cost to be paid.
You killed him?
I couldn't believe it. Had he actually murdered the man who came along to help us? Yes, I didn't care for him at first, nor did I like him parading around with Grant's face. But after everything we had endured together, I had come to respect Malphus, perhaps even grown fond of him. Had he known what was truly in store for him, he would never have agreed to this.
No, I didn't kill him. He ain't dead, kid. Just gone. Ain't nothing left, you see.
How could you? I barked, getting back to my feet.
Your buddy died, Michael,
the old man said, turning to face me.
He gave his life for this cause, and that,
he pointed to the still seemingly comatose body,
was all that was left. But Malphus was a demon, kid. Just a damn filthy demon from the pits of hell. Don't you shed no tears for him. The price had to be paid. It's that simple.
Who are you? I asked, still fighting to process everything. Who are you, really? As a smile began to reach across his lips, I was distracted once more as the body that Malphus had vacated only moments ago began to stir. A light moan echoed from his lips as the fingers wrapped across the snow surrounding them.
What? Where?
A weakened and strained but familiar voice spoke.
Grant, I'm here, brother. It's okay. Just take it easy. I crouched beside him to help lift him from the snow. He rubbed his face, perching upon the ground, sitting up somewhat straight, but hunched over, and seemingly exhausted from this process.
What? He said, rubbing his face and squinting his eyes. Who's Grant? Who are you?
It's me, mate. It's Michael. I'm here, man.
Michael, he said, turning to face me, still scrunching his eyes a little, rubbing them with his fingers and looking deeply into mine.
Michael, brother, is it really you? He wrapped his arms around me as tears began to leak down my face. We held each other tightly as I helped him back to his feet. As I backed away, he still held onto my arm for support, clearly struggling to remain standing. I never expected to see you again, brother, he said, beaming. Though my chest was still somewhat burning from seeing the essence of Malphus being so brutally sacrificed before my eyes, I couldn't deny that I was both thrilled to see Grant peering back at me once more, as well as him recognizing me. It would seem, unfortunately, that I would be sorely mistaken on one of those facts, something that sent my mind reeling yet again. If you're here, Michael, does that mean Father has forgiven me? After all the centuries, has he finally... Father? I asked, glancing at Max and back at Grant. What are you saying, Grant? Why do you keep calling me that? It's me, brother. It's Lucifer. Again, I looked from Grant to Max and back again, still attempting to piece together what my friend was getting at. I couldn't understand how he recognized me, but not the moniker he had gone by since we met. When the old man began to speak again, I can't say the words he spoke helped my mind settle down from all of this madness.
Do you know what happens when an angel dies, Michael? He asked, still wearing that unsettling grin.
What? Of course I don't, but he didn't die, not completely.
No, he didn't, buddy boy. But you did, so very long ago.
Yes, Grant said, suddenly looking incredibly sad. I remember now. Michael fell. So many fell back then. How can you be here now, brother? What? Grant, Lucifer, whatever, it's me, I insisted, patting my chest. It's Michael Burton. We're friends. More than that. Do you remember Lilith? The orchids? The prison? It's me, damn it. My head was whipping back and forth between the two I was with, while my frenzied brain attempted to make sense of it all.
How often have you been sick, Michael? How many times have you recovered from severe injuries with no lingering after effects?
The old man was studying me as he spoke, no longer wearing that smile, only the serious expression of one seeking the truth of things.
All the things your daddy put you through. You came back from every injury.
It's not exactly like I healed overnight, I barked, growing weary from this bizarre interrogation.
True, you're a human after all. Still, how many children would ever get back on their feet again after having their back broken against a wall before being tossed out a second-story window?
You're exaggerating things, I replied, as my body began to tremble both at the memories he was bringing up, as well as the implications of his words. I was messed up for months after that night.
No, kid. Your spine was severed when you hit that wall. When you hit that sidewalk, your skin damn near split open like a watermelon. Any other kid would have been paralyzed or brain dead at best, but not you, Michael.
Stop, I screamed. Grant was still holding on to me, attempting to remain upright. The expression he wore suggested that he was just as puzzled by the old man's words as I was, but he didn't speak. He kept staring at my face, as though he was trying to put together the features in his mind's eye, to attempt to recognize who or what I really was beneath the flesh. When Max began to speak again, my friend turned his attention back to the man before us.
You see, Michael, when an angel dies a true and complete death, they move on, not unlike how a human does. It's the subconsciousness that makes the decisions in the long run. Angels have souls, not unlike those who walk the earth. Should they choose to reincarnate, they'll be brought back into the world in the traditional manner, completely unaware of what they once were. Funny thing about it, though, be it by design or just plain out crazy coincidence, they'll always be reborn with the name they were given by their one true father. Your true father, Michael.
No, you guys are fucking with me, I said, backing away from them, shaking my head and waving my arms like they had me at gunpoint. Is this a bit or something? Did you guys work all this out before Grant died? What the hell is this? Of all the barely believable things I had witnessed throughout my life, this was something I could not even begin to take seriously. Why Grant, and who I had thought the old man to be, would play such a ridiculous joke, I couldn't figure out. But I knew who I was, and I wasn't what they were claiming. Not by a long shot.
There's a reason you two grew so close all those years ago, kid. It may not coincide with the tales that have been spun over the years, but Lucifer and Michael were among the closest of all the angels. It broke Michael more than anything when their daddy cast Lucifer out. It was that very thing that led to Michael's sacrifice. He chose to fall, to leave heaven behind and never look back. It could be said that you pitched a little fit when your daddy wouldn't hear what you had to say. How you tried to tell him your brother could change, you little rebel, you.
The old man cackled a crazed laugh, so hard that he was wiping the jovial tears from his eyes. It wasn't until that moment, as he continued his attempts to convince me of my supposedly true lineage, that I understood he could not be who I had allowed myself to believe. Even after he so coldly ripped Malthus from this world, sacrificing his essence to bring Grant back from the brink of oblivion, I still maintained the belief that he was the father of my dearest friend. It would seem he was only one more illusion this damned building used to manipulate me. Why? I asked, falling to my knees as the weight of everything overcame me. Grant looked as perplexed as I felt, and he darted his gaze from me to the man he had never laid eyes on before this day.
Well, that's the big question, ain't it? How about we head back inside?
He said, gesturing to the reformed door-shaped hole in reality.
If y'all behave, I'll tell you all about it. Can't lie, I've been dying to tell you the truth for a while now. Damn stroke of genius, this plan I concocted, if I do say so myself.
With the veil finally lifted, I could now see the madness and hunger behind those ancient eyes. I was almost pissed at myself for not seeing it sooner, but he manipulated me at every turn. Ever since he lured me to that pier that could only be accessed to the small tavern on the edge of reality. With Grant still far from himself, and my mind spinning from this series of barely believable revelations, I knew there was nothing we could do to escape this place.
let alone bring it down to its foundations. All hope had been stripped away, once and for all. Whether I would leave this world as the son of Jacob and Dorothy Burden, or a true child of the man upstairs, didn't matter anymore. As I helped my closest friend through the opening that led from one plane of reality to another, I felt drained and exhausted. Perhaps it was better that it all ends now. If nothing else, whether he remembered who I am now or not, I would be with Grant as we fell into the black together. I would accompany him, my brother, towards whatever may truly lie beyond this place. Part 10. Into the Heart of Darkness. As we crossed over the precipice and back into the darkly lit hallway, the armed men who awaited us appeared momentarily out of place. It took me a second to recognize the tall and bulky man with the slicked back hair and high turtleneck.
It ain't that I don't trust y'all to come along willingly or not,
the old man said with a smile.
But it never hurts to have a few precautions in place.
Good to see you guys again,
Mr. Green said with a menacing grin, cocking the pistol he held for good measure. The three others who stood by his side looked somewhat familiar as well, being that they were amongst Orchid's security team, but none stood out of my mind's eye quite as clearly as the less-than-friendly goon. Grant still seemed out of it, and though he may not have a full recollection of the events that led us to this building in the first place, he couldn't deny we were in quite the predicament. With him being powerless at the time, he followed the old man's directions as I did, with the gunmen taking their old station at our backs. As we began what was to be a very long walk, with the old man guiding the path ahead, I did not doubt that there was nothing we could do. With my mind still in utter chaos, I could barely form a rational thought, let alone piece together any means to escape this insanity. Even if Grant did somehow manage to come back to himself and break through whatever wall kept him from accessing his gifts, I doubted that would make much of a difference, all things considered. After some time, once he was secure in the knowledge that we were not about to attempt some ill-fated attempt to escape, Max began to speak again.
Back when I took your mom and pop, I could feel it in the walls that something special was in your mama's belly. Can't say I fully realized what it was she was carrying, but I knew I wanted it. Kinda hoped what we did to them would corrupt you enough to convince you to come to my door willingly, but it went the other way. Of course, when you ended up in my house anyway, I realized I might just have another chance.
There was a strange sort of exhilaration to his voice as he spoke so casually. It was as though he was reveling in the fact that he had us exactly where he wanted.
When your buddy revealed himself to be the devil himself, sending that idiot Orchid boy to hell in the process, I knew I had to have you both. I let y'all leave that day. I could have stopped you if I wanted, but you wasn't ripe yet. That's when I started conjuring a plan to take you both. Took me a while to come up with something, but when I did, everything came together nicely. Even managed to have a little fun along the way.
The way he was droning on about these things as though it was just another day involving matter-of-fact, run-of-the-mill shit was infuriating me. Though I had still pretty much given in to the fact that the end of the road for Grant and I was just around the corner, I tried to hold it together and allow the old bastard to unveil his master plan, even if the chances of preventing it from coming to fruition were unlikely at best.
I picked up the redhead a century or two ago. Hard to recall exactly when, though. I'm sure you can understand that. She was such a cute little thing when she and her folks walked in, a little gypsy family, some trying to get clear of the storm that were brewing outside. I suppose I took a fondness to her, and raised her like my own after I fed her folks to the house. I actually sent her to keep an eye on you, but she took a liking to your friend, and I didn't see no reason to push her the other way. She got the job done when Lucifer finally came back into the picture.
The further we walked, the more Grant was able to carry his own weight. When he rolled his neck, began walking upright, and no longer hunched over, he gave me that familiar smirk.
"Thanks, mate,"
he said, winking with a click of the tongue.
"I got it from here."
"Grant?" I asked, following his example and keeping my voice low as we walked behind the old man. He just gave a quick nod, turning his attention back to our guide as we walked down and across hallways we had not yet seen.
"Keep moving,"
Green said, butting the barrel of his gun against my back. I gave a complimentary nod, looking back over my shoulder to see that arrogant and self-assured grin on his face. As tempting as it was to knock a dent into that smug smile, I fought the urge and continued to play the part of the hopeless victim. I think I was playing, anyway.
"Lilith was all kinds excited when she saw you at your little bar that night. But when she told Ashley it was about that time, she didn't seem too happy that her little romance was done. Still, she was always a good pet and did what she was told. Would have been nice if y'all had been good enough to come home without a fight, but I can't say it hurt my feelings that you put an end to Orchid and Lilith. They always was a bit of a wild card after all. Yeah, they helped fatten up the house some, but not nearly as much as you two will."
The scenery drastically changed after we boarded another elevator, not unlike the one that carried us to that cathedral room back at the Orchid Grand Festival. The descent was swift but smooth, leading us to a far more cavernesque area of the mammoth building. Though the walls and ceiling looked to be constructed of some sort of reflective black rock, they still maintained that pulsing throb. If anything, something around this area felt more raw, more primal than the endless floors above, with the walls heaving more erratically down below.
"Even though I couldn't get the full Lucifer, I had the bits y'all left behind to play with. That's when I discovered who you really are, Michael. After I dug deep enough into the scraps y'all left behind, Lucifer didn't know who you was, even after all the time y'all spent together, but somewheres in the back of his brain pan, he had an idea. I tortured the both of you until I put it all together, and when you came back, I was able to confirm my suspicions."
He stopped in place, turning to face me.
"That sensation you felt when you came back in, the one that gave you a head rush, you know what that was?"
I just shook my head. Though I had assumed it to be an adrenaline rush from returning to this hellish place, it would seem I was mistaken.
"Soon as you walked in, the part of you I was holding on to shot right back to you like a magnet. That ain't no mortal man kind of business."
His smile grew wide and maniacal again, while I felt my blood boiling over beneath my skin.
"Maybe it's that little bit of a connection to your real daddy that made you take to my bait like a starving fish. You were so desperate to get your brother back, you took me in like a cute little puppy dog. I could barely believe it was that easy if I'm telling you the truth. Even Malphus fell for it. Hell, I think you wanted Lucifer back almost as much as you did. Took me less work to convince him to come along for the ride. Oh yeah, I buttered him up good and drained him dry to make you whole again," he said, giving Grant a wink. "And you didn't even say thank you. Damn ungrateful if you ask me. You'll pay for that."
Grant sneered through gritted teeth. The old man just laughed in response, a crazed laughter, not unlike the quintessential nefarious movie villain. The goon squad at our backs mimicked the chuckling of our guide, having quickly resorted back to the well-trained attack dogs they had been in life. My friend looked back at me, wearing that same expression of sheer hatred he had worn in the presence of both the elder and younger orchids.
"We ain't far now,"
the old man said, gesturing for us to follow along. Part of me wanted to make a break for it, as my still reeling mind had been begging me to do over the entirety of our voyage into the depths of this place, but I knew there was no sense in it. Even if I could break through the heavily armed wall of muscled flesh behind us, they'd gun me down within seconds, leaving me nothing more than just another ghost this place had locked away. At this point, any attempts to escape would never prevent our inevitable demise. I knew that much for a fact. Yes, I could let them fill me full of bullets, leaving the old man with nothing but those foggy remnants of me to feed to this damned place. But I was certain he wouldn't leave it at that. In his haste to restore me to my former glory, who would he sacrifice for me as he had for Grant? The only other fully living beings in this place were Brandon, Ed, and his friend. And while they may not pack the vitamin-infused ingredients a demon like Malphus could provide, it may not prevent the mad old bastard from trying anyway. Of course, I was certain that Ed was far from an average man, but I still couldn't risk that. I wouldn't risk that. We were beaten. I couldn't deny that. The things that the smug son of a bitch chose to share with us were not facts he would reveal to those who had a hope of making it out of here alive. Of course, alive or dead were no longer realistic factors to consider. I had a feeling that, by the end of this, Grant and I would be erased from existence, just as Malphus had been. So, what was all of this? I asked, grasping to find reason in everything that had transpired since he summoned me to that pier. The storm on the pier, the trees put on the road, was it all just a game to you?
In a lot of ways, yes, it was,
Max replied, in a very proud-sounding voice.
But I also wanted to ensure that you wouldn't chicken out, making you so damn desperate to get here you didn't even know what he was running towards. Also, it all served to secure me as your savior somewheres in your mind. But I did have one hell of a good time, if that makes you feel better.
What the hell are you? I asked.
Me? Nah, that don't matter, really, he said, still wearing that smile. I'm just a servant. It's this place that made me what I am now.
And what exactly is this place? Grant asked, staring down our host with hatred in his eyes. You owe us that much. If we ought to be a sacrifice to this building, at least give us that.
Y'all know what a ziggurat is,
he replied, glancing over his shoulder at us. Grant nodded, but I was stumped. I felt like the word sounded halfway familiar, but I hadn't the foggiest idea what it meant.
Essentially, it's a place of worship. A place designed to bring people closer to their makers. It's a link from one place to another, a link between us to our gods. This one began construction thousands of years ago, designed to reconnect with the old ones, them that come before you two were even an itch in your daddy's pants. The more souls were fed to it, the further it reached out to them. Before y'all came into the picture, I figured it'd take us centuries to reach him, to open that door and let him in.
He turned to face us again, still casually strolling backwards.
I'm gonna feed the two of you right into the heart of it. Reckon that'd be enough to throw that door wide open, once and for all. It's a damn shame y'all won't be around to see it.
His eyes glistened as he shuddered slightly. If I had to fully explain how he appeared at the time, I would have to say that he seemed in a fit of pure ecstasy.
It's gonna be a sight to see, boys. A damn fine sight indeed.
As he whipped back around, we rounded a corner to an enormous and wide cavern, far taller and more imposing than anything we had yet seen. The bumpy, shimmering black rocks now smoothed out, appearing as a rippling blanket of blackened ocean, while the perfectly flat surface beneath our feet looked so flawless in its design that I thought I may slip and slide across it. The walls and ceiling were conjoined in a half-circle around us. I could almost hear the waves as they drifted up one wall, traveling high above, only to fall to the other side, almost crashing into the smooth floor. While I could make out no source of light, the illumination that reflected against the shimmering surface of the black water lit up our surroundings, like moonlight dancing across the surface of the sea. I cannot deny that, regardless of the fact we were clearly reaching the end of our journey, it was quite beautiful to behold. I couldn't help but gaze all around me as our guide with sinister intent led us down a seemingly endless path. As the rippling black waves around me cascaded from one side to the next, I was almost hypnotized by the sheer magnitude of it. The old man no longer spoke, only strolled onwards, not so much as glancing back to ensure we still followed behind him. In all honesty, while my entire body still shuddered with the fearful anticipation of what was to come, I was in a certain degree of awe as I drank in my surroundings. Even Grant looked accepting of the fact that our impending doom, as though he understood that this was truly the end for us, something even he couldn't prevent with his powers stripped down by the powers to be within these hauntingly beautiful walls. Somehow, I had a feeling that even at his best, he couldn't prevent what lay ahead for us. After what felt like hours and mere seconds at the same time, our long walk led us to our final destination. It was just as intoxicating as the darkened waves that guided our path, but also quite horrific to look upon. The emerald green lighting that sparked from and around the enormous, pulsing purple orb that stood at the very back of the cavern seemed to be exactly what cast its reflection against the blackened ocean around us. The sphere itself appeared both solid and liquid, while it beat and pulsed, not unlike the rapid thumping heart that thundered within my chest. As I gazed upon this wondrous and terrifying object that stood the size of the largest building I had ever laid eyes on, I felt as though I could just walk right through it to find another world within, to be caressed by its warm aura. Judging by the expression of the old man who turned to face us as he proudly stood at its base, I think that was exactly what he had in mind for us, though I highly doubted there would be anything wondrous awaiting us inside.
"You two should be honored,"
he said, outstretching his arms.
"No mortal has ever laid eyes on this before, and mortal you are, unless I say otherwise."
With that, he let out a frenzied shriek of a laugh, securing himself in my mind as the true villain at the end of my story. He continued to wail his mad laughter, even after Grant began to join him in a chuckle. For the briefest of moments, my frenzied mind almost entertained the idea that he was a part of this, that he had been all along. But as he turns to me, with that all too familiar smirk once again, I felt guilty for allowing my thoughts to even conceive of such a betrayal. All things considered, his reaction to the madness of the old bastard was only proof that he was back to himself again. For the most part, anyway.
"Now,"
Max said, finally having settled back down from his fit of laughter,
"if you two would please be so kind as to approach the heart without making a fuss, I sure would appreciate it."
"Are you taking the sodden piss?" Grant said, chuckling at the nerve of the question. The man looked stunned, not only at the insolence of one of his unwilling sacrifices, but the attitude with which he spoke. "Oh yeah, just walk on up, jump on in, and let your whole bloody planet get swallowed up," Grant said, so theatrically it was as if he was reciting Shakespeare for a crowd of adoring fans. "You're having a bloody laugh, I'll tell you that."
"How dare you? I can make this ordeal so much more agonizing than you can even imagine, you pathetic fool."
"Likely so," Grant replied. "But that doesn't change things. Have you goons shoot us down, drag us over, and throw us in? I couldn't give a toss. But don't you bloody think for a second I'm stepping in there willingly." Max looked fit to burst as he stared down the arrogance limely. In all honesty, I couldn't figure out why he hadn't just thrown us in yet. "You can't," Grant said, smiling at the old man. "Can you? You have to walk in willingly, yeah?"
"Don't have to be willingly. Not really,"
Max replied through his gritted teeth. "An angelic sacrifice directly into a power source linking between two worlds. This isn't as simple as just siphoning the essentials of your victims in whatever room you have them tucked away in, Gov. You can't just feed such things," Grant said, holding his posture straight to glance down his nose at the mad old bastard. "They must be offered. Even the ancient ones have rules which must be followed." Max glared at my friend, clearly attempting to puzzle together the apparent flaw in his master plan. As he paced back and forth, not breaking his gaze from Grant, he began to smile again, something I knew to mean he was onto something.
"Maybe I can't just toss y'all in," he said, nodding his head. "But I might can convince you to take a stroll."
He outstretched his arms to his sides, inspiring the rippling black waves on either side of us to react as though a storm was brewing overhead. When I noticed something seemingly pushing against that shimmering surface, it didn't take long for the people to begin forcing themselves through and into the cavern in which we stood. Brandon, hand in hand with Ashley, strolled out first, while so many others, both familiar and foreign to me, passed through at varying intervals. Each of the men who had competed alongside us at the Orchid Grand Festival almost casually strolled out as the waves cascaded more erratically from one side to the other. The remaining Orchid goons accompanied our betters, who had sat upon the chairs lining the room we almost lost our lives in, along with so many others from generations long since past who I had never laid eyes on before. They held no weapons, nor did they seem especially expressive or agitated as they shambled towards us, but I was uncertain if even Grant would have anything to offer on this. With the large crowd gathering only 10 feet at most from us, consisting of so many people that I could only vaguely pick out the familiar faces, I could only imagine what Max was planning. It wasn't until 2 of the many souls this sinister building held captive pushed their way to the front of the crowd that I understood part of the old man's reasoning. While my parents did not appear as mutated and grotesquely deformed as the last time I came across them within these walls, they most certainly did not look like they were here to help. Not to help me, anyway. It was then that I understood what the old man had in mind. To beat us into submission, one way or another.
You'll beg for the end before this is done, boys,
Max said, staring down at us with as much contempt as the Orchid family had what felt like decades ago.
or you could make this so much easier on yourselves and just do what you're told.
I had no words to offer as my parents drew closer. Even Grant looked lost for words, but we were on the same page as always. Yes, we were not going to survive this, but I would be damned if I was about to just give the old bastard what he wanted, regardless of what may be left of me by the time this was done. Part 11. Fathers, sons, and old friends.
You sniveling little shit.
My father sneered, moving in closer to where I braced myself for whatever he had planned for me.
This is all your fault. We never would have been locked up in here if you hadn't been festering in your mama's belly.
Don't listen to him, mate, Grant said in an attempt to calm my trembling extremities. Your father is right, my mother added, casually prancing across the floor behind him. It wanted you, not us. Do you have any idea what it did to us? As soon as my dad got close enough, he slapped me across the face. I was almost stunned at first, frozen in place while my mind flashed me back to my tortured childhood. But when he attempted to strike me again, I caught him by the wrist before he could make contact. My fault, I asked, pushing him back into the floor. I wasn't even born yet. You want to talk about what you went through? Do you have any idea of the hell you put me through? I was a child, your fucking child, and you treated me like a fucking virus in your happy home. As my father attempted to push back from the floor, I kicked him back down. When I lifted my foot again, my next attack did not work out as I had hoped. I had been so focused on my father at the time, I hadn't even noticed my mother's body contorting back into the creature that I still saw in my nightmares. When I felt the jarring sensation of my body being picked up and slammed to the ground, I was only vaguely aware of Grant battling against the clutches of the Orchid goons holding him down.
You show some respect, boy,
my now deformed father said, as he staggered up beside my monstrous mother. After he snatched me up from the floor, tossing me close to where Max stood right in front of the pulsing globe of energy, I had a feeling I would be faced with a decision very soon. The two mutated husks shambled closer, while Max let out a satisfied chuckle.
You do what the man asked and walk into that thing, or I'm gonna tear off bits of you until you do,
my father said, staring down at me.
You do what your daddy says, boy. For once in your damn life. Mom added. Grant was still attempting to break free of those who now took turns kicking at his gut and face. With the husks of my parents glaring down at me, my closest friend being beaten to a pulp before my eyes, and the quite sizable gathering of lost souls just waiting for their chance to join in, I knew I was fucked. My father reached for me with the bone already pushing through the flesh of his hand and the skull enlarging beneath the skin of his face. As the gruesome, gnarled and ripped fingers drew closer, I felt every ounce of the pain I'd suffered bubble up inside me like a pot boiling over. I screamed out again, not in fear, but fury. The rage practically consumed me as I gripped the meaty tissue of his wrist, pulling him closer towards me. The foot that still remained somewhat human stumbled over the one with jagged bones pushing through the skin as the mutated shell of my old man began to topple. I pressed my feet to the floor, thrusting my body up to fuel my tightly balled fist hard against the grizzled and ripped tissue of the face I grew to despise with every fiber of my being. As my swipe adjusted the trajectory of his fall, he crashed to the ground, snapping the bone of the shoulder that made contact. He wailed out an anguished screech, one that I quickly muffled with the heel of my boot. Over and over again, I thrust my foot to his face, tearing more and more strips of meaty flesh and fragments of chipped bone. With every kick, he attempted to break free from the floor, but I would not allow it. He attempted to curse me, but I would silence every word he tried to shriek from his disjointed jaw. I was so blinded to everything else around me, while I waged an assault fueled by every single beating the bastard so freely gifted to my brother and me. Had I not allowed myself to be so consumed by my hatred, I may have been able to avoid what happened next. Somewhere beyond the furious thumping of my chest, pulsing against the inner walls of my ears, I heard my name being called out. Though I was able to register that it was Grant who fought to get my attention in between trying to fend off his own attackers, I would not allow myself any such distraction at the time. When I felt the impact of something hard and jagged against my right temple, it left me so bewildered as I fell limp to the ground I didn't understand what had happened at first. The howling squeal of what remained of my mother finally pulled my attention back to the world around me, just in time to turn my head enough to avoid her ragged toes impaling into my eyes. As I dodged the attack to the best of my ability, I still could not avoid these sharp, bony digits from tearing through the flesh of my scalp. When the intense pain finally broke my mind free of the fury, the fear set back in, while my blood splashed across the glossy floor. Once more, I looked up to see my father bearing down on me, with the ragged strips of his cheek flapping with every uneven step he took. For a moment, when he got close enough, he just gazed down at me. I could see the twitching of the muscle fibers in his face attempting to force what was left of his mouth into a smile. Before I could ready myself to defend against it, he snatched me by the collar, punching me over and over with the barbed bones of his fist ripping through my skin, widening the crimson pool that surrounded me. My head was growing loopy, while I saw the blurry shape of my grotesquely deformed mother jumping in place with more grizzled strips of meat slapping to the ground around me. With the laughter of Max growing as muffled as the sounds of the continuous attacks both Grant and I were suffering, I was only barely aware of the other sensation I was feeling. It was as if someone was tugging at the leg of my pants, which for a second I thought to be perhaps my mother jumping on my leg instead of the floor, or even someone attempting to pull me free. When I finally registered in my bloody and swelling head that it was the contents of my pocket that shook, I fought to convince my weakened hand to reach for it. After successfully gripping my fingers around the small, vibrating sphere, I quickly pulled it out and slammed it to the ground as hard as I could. I was barely hanging on to consciousness when I became aware that the attacks on my face had stopped. Raising my head to the best of my ability, I saw not the deformed husk of my father, but a man who somewhat resembled the one I had detested my entire life. While my mutated mother wailed out in an attempt to convince the man to pick up where he left off, I felt arms wrap around my back. as someone lifted me from the floor. I felt as though I was weightlessly floating as I drifted further away from the glowing orb, with the angered but still muffled wails of Max and my mother somewhere behind me. When I felt my back press against the floor once more, one arm still held me slightly. I blinked my eyes open to meet those of the man who was supposed to be my father, dripping tears across my chest. With my awareness returning, I looked over to see even the goons who had been beating my friend, along with Grant himself, staring back at us, seemingly in just as much shock as I was feeling at the time.
I'm so sorry, son,
my father said, attempting to wipe away the blood he had splashed across my face.
I'm so very sorry for everything. Please know that
He was cut short when what remained of his wife pulled him away from me while attempting to kick at my midsection. He pushed her back, wrapping his arms around her deformed frame, shedding just as many tears for her as he did for me. What happened next was something I would not comprehend until some time later. Something I still don't fully understand, truth be told. As the mutated woman in my father's arms writhed and fought to break free, some sort of light began to shine out from somewhere inside him. It grew so bright that I could barely make out anything around them as it engulfed the couple, before dissipating as quickly as it had formed, leaving only the young and happy couple they once were in its wake. Whether he had carried the fragmented soul of his wife with him when Malthus pulled him from the pit, or that he somewhat found some manner of bridge between the realms, I can't say. But it seemed clear to me that the two were once again whole for the first time in decades. I stared on as the two gazed into each other's eyes as though they had only just remembered who they once were before this damned building stole their lives from them. After that lingering moment of being mesmerized by their love for one another, they walked to my side, crouching down to wrap their arms around me. Before I knew it, the three of us were sobbing in the safety of each other's arms, and for the first time, it felt like I understood how powerful the bond of a loving family could truly be. While the memories of my childhood in the house I shared with the two whose shoulders I now cried upon still left such deep and grizzled scar tissue across my soul, I now truly believed what Malthus had told me back in that old house, that I was destined for a very different life. When my loving mother and father finally released me from their grasp, getting back to their feet while smiling down at me, I almost wished that brief moment had never ended, as they casually walked, hand in hand, to the old man, who still proudly stood before the shimmering portal. I screamed out, begging them to run away. As they drew closer to the man who once more outstretched his arms to his sides, I tried to push my weakened body up to intervene. Everything appeared to move in slow motion as the couple who were meant to be my parents released their hands, charging at the old man. His sinister grin widened with malicious intent as the blackened waves of the walls spiraled out towards him, encasing him in that very material that lined every single wall in his house. The two attempted to slide to a halt as the tar-like substance caused the old man to expand to multiple times his former stature, while his limbs extended to sharpened tendrils that so easily slid through the flesh of my parents they hadn't the slightest chance of survival. Once more, I shrieked out in such an anguished wail as Max spun in place, with my mother and father impaled on each of his arms, slamming them hard against the surface of the glistening sphere of purple light. My screams only grew more horrified after he pulled back his glossy limbs with the couple he had pasted to the orb, desperately reaching out for one another as it consumed them, melting them away more and more until there was nothing left.
That's what happens if you don't go willingly.
Max said in a deepened and echoed version of his arrogant voice.
So how about you two play along already? Or...
Given that his face was now a rippling mass of blackened goo, I couldn't exactly make out his expression when the agitated wail let out from somewhere behind me. But as the ground shuddered with every step of the enlarged and muscled feet that charged towards them, it didn't take me long to realize that our old friend Ed had managed to break out of his friend's room. For being such an immensely proportioned titan, it was unbelievable how quickly he moved. Swiftly ducking under the blackened tendrils, Max shot at him before tackling the midsection of the tarry behemoth and full-on pile-driving it to the floor behind him. The glossy beast pushed back from the ground quickly, sending more strings of sharpened goo at the big guy, who effortlessly swatted them to the side. After that failed attack, Max seemingly got the point that such assaults were useless against such a battle-hardened foe, and their fights devolved into a good old-fashioned street brawl. The old man finally landed a hit to Ed's gut before the big guy sent an elbow to the tarry face, spilling darkened ooze across the shimmering orb. The two continued to trade punches back and forth, with Ed's face lighting up as though he was having the time of his life. He spit thick chunks of blood to the floor, wiping his mouth with the back of his scar-lined arm, smiling wider than a 6-year-old birthday boy. I took the opportunity of our host being distracted to slide across the floor to where Grant lay, beside the 4 goons who watched the spectacle in awe. When the man whose face I recalled glaring up at me from the stove back at the roadside diner came running up to us, carrying a trench coat and fedora under one arm, I had to assume that his friend had managed to free him from his room. "How the hell did you guys find us?" I asked, genuinely curious enough to be momentarily distracted from the ongoing battle.
"Dumbass threw open all the doors to bring all of them down here,"
he replied, gesturing to the almost zombified crowd of onlookers.
"Guess he forgot he tried to hide Ed away for good measure."
"Is he gonna be okay?" I asked, staring back as Ed uppercutted the tar beast with an exhilarated and maniacal grin.
"Oh yeah,"
he said, helping his friend and me up to a sitting position.
"He's got this."
Almost as soon as those confident words left his mouth, Max screamed out in a rage-fueled howl.
"Enough."
Whether it was his words that caused the shockwave that sent Ed flying a good 20 feet back, toppling over a great many blank-faced people who were still huddling up behind us, or some other power he had yet to reveal, I feared that our brief moment of victory had come to a close. As Max allowed the blackened ooze to drift from his body back to the walls around us, Green and his fellow goons lifted Grant and me back from the floor, once more training their guns on our backs. The room fell silent, aside from the pulsing in my still swollen head, while Max rolled his neck, straightened his shirt, and glared down at us again.
"No more distractions,"
Max said, strolling closer.
"It's time for y'all to do what you're told."
With the big guy down, the horde of souls at our backs, and no more wild cards hidden away, I couldn't help but fear the worst. If nothing else, I was thankful for the friends we had made along the way. Between Malphus, who I had not expected to grow so fond of, having freed my father from hell only to have that thwarted by the old man, and Ed, who had put up a fight that could rival the gods, I think we fared a lot better than I had expected. While I glanced over to my friend, my brother, accepting that I would at least have him by my side at the end, I allowed my rapidly beating heart to rest a bit. It wasn't until I noticed that, even bruised and bloody, Grant was still wearing that mischievous grin, that I thought our circumstances may have not yet reached their bitter conclusion. "You still trust me, yeah?" A smile that I could not even think to hold back reached across my lips before I even knew it. "Always." With that, he gave a quick click of the tongue wink and turned to face the tall man with the salt and pepper mustache once more. "Firstly," he said, pulling the quintessential nefarious madman's attention back at him, "as I asked before,
Are you taking the sudden piss?
The man looked stunned again, something that only brought me joy at this point. We will not be so casually sauntering through your shiny little portal, mate.
Enough of your insolence. I'll not tolerate one more.
And secondly, Grant interrupted, placing his hands behind his back. What the hell did Malthus do to my bloody hair? As my friend looked so insulted by finally taking note of the far more conservative hairdo, I became aware of an incredibly strange sensation, one that felt both foreign and so very familiar at the same time. It was as though my heart was pumping jet fuel through my veins, as opposed to the regular AB positive that would normally circulate my system.
Gotta do something about that, don't I?
Grant said, as he raised his hands to run his fingers through his hair. As the many wounds across his face faded away, while the long black locks fell over his shoulders and down his back, he swiped at his shirt as though dusting it off. Similarly to how it happened back in that huge cathedral somewhere high above where we now stood, the clothing flaked away from his body, leaving a very nice black and gray pinstriped suit. As Green and his fellow goons turned their firearms on my friend, Grant looked back at them with that mischievous, crooked smile. "Don't," he said softly, shaking his head slowly from one side to the other. It would seem these fragments still held the memories of what happens to their human bodies, sometime before they were grotesquely constricted and pulled through the gateway to hell. The second Grant spoke that solitary word, they dropped their guns to the shimmering floor, backing away with their arms held high.
This cannot be, the old man professed, while his face reddened with rage. You have no power here.
Grant placed his hands back behind his back, straightening his posture, while the wind swept his hair back into the braided ponytail he favored for such occasions. "Your confidence was your undoing," he said, having reverted to his business voice. "Your arrogance that blinded you."
"No,"
Max screamed, waving his hands to the crowd at our backs, commanding them to close in. With my body continuing to pulse with that intoxicating energy, the sight of those who walked through that rippling black surface, now moving again, only served to quicken my heartbeat even more. The ground shuddered again as the many feet began to march closer, but it would not distract Grant, who continued to speak so casually to the old man wearing the dumbstruck expression. "You forget, old man, that I know evil. You are nothing new to me."
"You two are going in there, one way or another,"
Max exclaimed, pointing back at the pulsing orb.
"Ain't nothing you can—"
"You also clearly did not do your research, you stupid old git," Grant cut in, barely missing a beat. "Have you not heard about the Master of Lies, the Lord of Deception?" The flock drew closer by the second, while I fought to control my trembling limbs as they still twitched from the invigorating sensation pulsing through my veins. I didn't know if my body was giving into the fear, finally being overcome by the immense weight my subconsciousness had carried all these years, or if something I was still struggling to accept was indeed true after all. When I felt my face to find that I did not wince from the many injuries my father had beaten into me, I had no answers for how they could have faded so quickly without the healing touch of my friend. "You gave it your best, mate. I can't fault you for trying," Grant said, as his carefree expression adjusted itself to something far more sinister. "But this ends now." When the approaching horde stopped in place, only feet from us, I was not the only one surprised by this. The old man appeared completely lost for words at the time. For a moment, anyway.
"What are you doing?"
he shouted, with his face almost glowing red.
"Take them. Do as I command."
They continued to ignore him as they stood in place, looking almost lost at the time, as though they had no memory of what led them here. They glanced around in all directions, whispering to one another words I couldn't make out, until every one of them fell silent again. All of the faces in the crowd grew quite expressive as they slowly turned around. I could vaguely make out some sort of commotion in the back,
but with so many people in the way, it was difficult to see much of anything. It wasn't until I heard the scuffling of so many feet against the smooth surface we all stood upon, as the throng of the many poor souls this building claimed for its own parted down the center, that I finally saw what inspired them to clear a path. The little girl, with her hair tied into pigtails, wearing a pink and purple ruffled princess dress, looked no more than 9 or 10 at most. Her wide eyes and somewhat indifferent expression made it impossible to even know what she was thinking, let alone how she ended up in such a place. At first, when she so gracefully passed through the middle of the crowd, I thought her to be just another innocent victim of this house, but I would again be very mistaken in my assumptions. When I glanced over to see Grant smiling so lovingly at the little girl, he looked back at me. In that brief moment, I once more found my consciousness being thrust to somewhere else, as it had been back at the mansion, just a ways past Albertson Bridge. It was then that the truth was finally revealed to me. Part 12. Bridges once burned may still be mended. After the haze of my mind being sent elsewhere subsided, I once more found myself back at the old tavern that my friend used to do business in. When I noticed him sitting on a stool behind the bar, smoking a cigarette while nursing a pint and reading a book, I tried to call out to him. While he showed no response to my arrival before the door that led to so many places slipped open, I understood what was happening. I was only an observer this time. Grant glanced over at the now open door, looking somewhat bewildered by it being ajar on its own accord. When the little girl walked through, the expression on my friend's face was almost comical. The cigarette just dangled from his lower lip like a cat's tail, while his wide and curious eyes appeared as though he were attempting to solve some sort of riddle. "Hello, Lucifer," the girl said in a cute, almost squeaky voice. "Now how'd you get in here, you little... Wait, what'd you call me?" "It's been a long time, son." I felt my jaw drop in the same manner as Grant's did, as his cigarette fell to the countertop. "Father?" The two just gazed at one another, one seemingly almost carefree with a somewhat underlying melancholy behind her bright eyes, and the other somewhere beyond dumbfounded and shell-shocked. "What the bloody hell are you wearing?" Grant asked, after staring in silence for a time. "You don't like it," the girl replied. "I find this to be the most unassuming form to take when I walk upon this land." "When you what? I thought you preferred to keep your distance." "Well, perhaps it's time for a change, something that you have shown me." The girl lifted herself onto one of the bar stools to be able to look Grant in the face. "I'm proud of you, my son," she said, inspiring my friends to appear even more shaken. You're proud," he stuttered, seemingly attempting to wrap his mind around everything. "I've been watching you. I've seen what you have accomplished. I always had faith in you, my light brighter, even if you lost your faith in me." Grant still just gazed back at her, with his watering eyes dripping to the countertop. "There are things between us that need to be said, my son. Discussions to be held. But this is not why I have come." "You're here? I never..." Grant said, seeming as little more than a child himself in the presence of the little girl. She reached a tiny hand up, caressing his flushed cheek as his eyes shimmered in the glow, still emitting from the open doorway. When he raised his fingers to meet hers, his lightly trickling tears turned to sobs. The girl pulled herself up to the countertop so she could wrap her arms around him, and I couldn't prevent my own tears from joining theirs
as they held one another for a time. "As I said," the girl said, adjusting herself back into the stool, "there are discussions to be had, but this is not why I have come." Grant tilted his head while rubbing his eyes with the back of his sleeve. "An ancient evil has taken root in this world, one which you have only recently escaped from." "The building?" "Yeah," Grant said, nodding his head. "We've been trying to get information out of the Orchid Boy, but he doesn't seem to know as much as I had hoped." "This house is nothing made by man, my son. It is a power not of this world, but one that could end it. We cannot allow this to happen." "Yeah, I'm with you on that, but I don't even know where to start." "The building is a living organism, and all life contains within it a heart, a source of power. The trick will be locating said heart." The two went back and forth for some time, puzzling over the ins and outs of how to track both the house and its power source. It took some time to muddle together a plan, but I would have to say it was quite brilliant. By Grant's reckoning, there was a consciousness behind the building, one that manipulated the orchids as much as the innocence the wealthy family would feed to it. There were pieces of the puzzle they would require before proceeding with any efforts to bring the place down, of course, pieces that the senior member of the Orchid family could hopefully provide. Grant was tasked with the investigation to track down the Orchid Mansion, as well as whoever it was they were in league with. The little girl had one request, though, one that my friends did not accept at first. "You must have Michael accompany you on this," she said, after they forged the beginning of their plan. "Michael? No, I will not put him at risk again. He's an innocent person, and I would not." "He is very special, Lucifer. Trust me on this. You are stronger with him by your side." "I'm sorry, but no. Michael's been through enough. I feel guilty enough for dragging him into that damn building in the first place." It was then that the little girl shared with him the story of my parents, how my fate was supposed to be very different than it turned out. "That's all the more reason for me to leave him out of this," he insisted. "This place has already taken far too much from him. I will not." When the little girl placed her hand back on his face, his angered expression lightened once more. "I can't. He's my friend." "And that is why you need him by your side," she said, giving him a light and understanding smile, far beyond the years of her youthful face. "You have been alone for so long, my dear son. Please, Lucifer, you must have Michael by your side." The images before me became blurry again, while my mind felt a jarring sensation, as though it traveled a great distance within mere moments. After things came back into focus, I found myself looking down upon Lilith guiding Grant and me on the path to Jeremiah Orchid's office. I saw my friend look upwards before another speeding sensation found us back in the bar. Again, I could only observe as the little girl regarded him upon our entry. "The redhead is here. I can feel her draining me. I don't have much time," Grant said, looking flustered. "I have to get Michael to safety before—" "She is only able to drain you because you are still connected to that building," the girl said, wasting no time in getting into the thick of things. "What are you planning?" "I reckon they want to take us back there. I won't allow that to happen." "You can escape." "Lilith, she has with her a god killer." "No, I'm pulling you out. I will not." "You said you had faith in me. Has that changed?" "It hasn't, but I will not allow you to sacrifice yourself." The little girl suddenly looked very intimidating, as something behind her eyes showed me a glimpse of the entity that dwelled within them. "Father," Grant said, crouching down to gaze directly at the small child, "I need you to hear me. I know evil. I'd imagine I'm quite the expert on the subject." He gave her that crooked smile. That thing is arrogant. All of this has been little more than a game to it, while we are nothing more than subjects playing along with it. It always believes it's won. The girl loosened her balled fists, allowing the vibrant aura behind her eyes to dissipate once more. I will not allow you to fall, my beautiful boy. As long as a piece of me remains in that damned place, it'll seek to restore me. Once it's accomplished that, along with luring Michael back, it'll have no doubt it has defeated us. For the time being, when this next part is done, I'll have to allow Michael to believe this is over, to inspire him to follow whatever emissary the building sends to bring him back to it. I hate to mislead him, but it's a necessity, unfortunately. He stared off for a moment, allowing a certain melancholy to rest behind his gaze, before turning back to the little girl once more. By my reckoning, it'll wish to show us a spectacle before it's done with us. I think it'll want to feed us directly into the source of its power, just to give us that one final insult. When it leads us to the heart of that damn place, you'll know how to reach me. How can you be sure it will draw you to its heart? Grant chuckled, getting back to his feet. That's what I would do. As I gazed upon that all-too-familiar mischievous smile, the images before me once again faded away. I found myself back in that cavern with the rippling, blackened walls, to see my friend still wearing that same grin. Part 13. Mist and shadow cloud and shade, in the end, all shall fade. As the little girl strolled up between where my friend and I stood, she looked up at Grant, wearing a proud smile on her tiny face. When she turns to face me, I could barely put into words the sensation I felt. It was like gazing into the eyes of the person I adored with every fiber of my being, while never having met her at the same time. I felt a tear trickle down my cheek as I returned the loving expression.
I said take them down, you fools.
The old man screamed again, clearly not understanding the grave scenario he found himself in. The girl allowed the smile to fade from her face when she regarded the raging man before her. As she turned around to face the crowd, who appeared unsure of what they should be doing at the time, she waved her hand as though she were lazily swatting a fly to one side. A vibrant and warm light beamed out from somewhere in the middle of the huddled pack of lost souls, inspiring many of them to emit an aura of their own. As the shocked faces began to fade, transforming into little more than wisps of light darting this way and that, a funnel of pure energy erupted, consuming the throng and shooting upwards, tearing a hole through the shimmering, glossy black waves. I had to shield my eyes as the light reached a near blinding glow, illuminating the entirety of the cavern, before dissipating, leaving only Brandon, Ashley, and Ed behind. The little girl walked over to the redhead, who almost towered over her tiny frame. Ash looked over at Brandon and back down to the pig-tailed child. After a moment, she crouched down to gaze upon this wondrous creature. As the small figure caressed her cheek, black tears began to stream from behind the green eyes. She collapsed to the floor, sobbing almost uncontrollably, as Brandon ran to her side. With that, the girl turned around once more, to face the tall man with the caterpillar mustache, who had begun to visibly tremble. They are all gone now, she said, strolling closer to the man. Every soul you held within these walls. What will you do now, I wonder? With the crowd cleared, Dorian ran to where he could now see Ed sprawling out on the floor, having shrunk back down to his more human proportions. After convincing his friends to awaken, he helped him to his feet and over to where he had laid his coat and hat. From there, the two just watched on as Grant began to speak again. Let it go, Goff. Walk away. Let your castle fall and fade into memory. There's nothing left for you here.
Fall? You think my castle will fall?
He got to his feet, backing away from us, holding his arms out again.
You have no concept of the power at my disposal,
He said, tracing his fingers across the shimmering purple orb. The emerald lightning began to spike far more violently than it had before, shooting out from within and behind the enormous glowing sphere. It struck the ground at my feet, thrusting me back a good 5 feet in the process. More spheres of sharp light shot towards Grant and the girl, sending them both careening as well. As I got back to my feet, preparing to move in closer and give this jet fuel a nice test run, it quickly became clear that I would not be able to get close enough.
Damn it,
I thought, leaping to the side to avoid another strike.
How do we stop this bastard?
Your sword, Michael. The voice of the little girl whispered into my ear. Draw your sword, my son. The lightning now spiraled around the old man, weaving in between and up and down his limbs and body. He cackled madly as he swung his arms from one side to the next, aiming the strikes at each of us in succession. We need this, you see. Her voice spoke again from somewhere in my head. For him to link with the portal. Grant swatted at the shards of emerald that shot towards him, deflecting them against the glistening walls. It is almost time. Are you ready? I didn't know what I was supposed to be ready for, but I had a feeling it would be very clear when it happened. I'm ready. I jumped to the side as another spike almost took my leg off at the knee, allowing long-forgotten instincts to take the wheel. I reached to my hip, clutching my fingers around the hilt of my sword as it manifested within my hand. As another stab of lightning shot toward me, I drew my blade, effortlessly deflecting the attack. Go. Grant charged at the man, leaping from side to side to avoid the incoming barrage. The little girl reached out with both hands, grabbing hold of the lightning that shot at her. Ed sprang to his feet, his body expanding once more as he sped towards our mark. As I ran at the man still encased in that emerald glow, he continued to wage his attack, but they would be of little use to him anymore. With the girl clutching tightly to what appeared to be shimmering green ropes, she pulled at one, and then the other, causing every single attempted attack to fly far off course. Abashed, the devil stood. Grant said, softly, as we grew closer to our target. I ducked under a flash of lightning as it deflected against the wall, soaring over my head. And felt how awful goodness is. The old man screamed out as he beat his arms against the air before him, directing more futile shards of light towards us, only to have their trajectory adjusted by the little girl pulling his strings like a marionette, and saw virtue in her shape. How lovely. Grant reached the man first, landing a punch directly to the side of his face and dropping him to the floor. Ed quickly slid to the ground, rolling to the opposite side of the man. As I charged in, my blade pulled back, and ready to wage my final assault, my friend pulled him from the ground, pinning him against the surface of the vibrant orb of purple light on one side, while Ed held him in place on the other, and pined his loss. As soon as I was within range, while the mad old man attempted to fight against the two holding him in place, I thrust forward my sword. The blade easily tore through his chest, and into the gateway he so desperately wished to open. His screams blended with a horrendously trembling hum that began to emit from the orb. I could feel the ground shudder beneath my feet as the blackened ocean of the walls and ceiling started to leak, being pulled into the now violently shuddering portal. "Time to go," Grant said, releasing his grip on the howling man. I hesitantly pulled my sword, momentarily worried that freeing it from the chest of the man I had only just run through would allow him a chance to pull away from the orb, or otherwise reverse what we had done. When the blade detached from the hilt, which erected another in its place, it would seem my concerns were unwarranted.
You think this is over?"
Max whispered, coughing thick globs of black blood to the shuddering floor.
They will rebuild.
Maybe so, I said, allowing an arrogant smirk to reach across my lips. But you won't be there to see it. As the man before me began to twitch, wailing a far more frenzied shriek, while spasming erratically against the orb as it began to split down its center, I lingered long enough to watch it devour him as it had my parents. "Michael," the little girl called, holding her hands out. "Come to me." I ran towards her while our surroundings were rapidly being pulled into the portal, assuring me that we needed to find a way out before we were sucked in along with everything else. While Grant helped Brandon and Ashley up from the trembling floor, Ed snatched up Dorian. I ran for the outstretched hands that awaited my grasp. With the others in tow, Grant wrapped his fingers around those of the little girl, as I did the second I reached her. In that instant, we found ourselves at the base of that mountain, on which the house on the hill now quaked. We all just stood there, watching the enormous building steadily fragment as it imploded on itself. I cannot even begin to express how satisfying it was to see that mammoth, which had defined the pain of my life since day one, compress smaller and smaller, until the ground fell still, and the world was silent around us once more. When the little girl blinked from existence right before my eyes, only to return moments later, holding a small purple ball, I hoped that this nightmare was truly behind us. As she crushed the tiny orb in her fist, allowing the dust of its remains to sprinkle on the ground, I felt a smile reach across my lips. There were things to be said, conversations to be had, but not yet. I glanced over to Brandon, who still held his trembling girlfriend in his arms. We would learn sometime later that whatever corruption had been spoon-fed to the little scarlet-haired gypsy girl faded, along with those last remaining specks of power the building held. She would have a lot to deal with when her reeling mind settled down enough for her consciousness to grasp the horrific things the building made her do over the centuries. Brandon would stand by her side, though. They would shed many tears together, but they would recover from this, safe in each other's arms. After the child with the bright eyes and pigtails in her hair led us to a wide clearing in the woods, in which Brandon's car still sat in place, she turned to me, beckoning me to crouch down to face her. "Would you consider coming back home with me?" she said, staring through my eyes and right into the back room of my subconscious. Home? I don't know. It was no small or easy question to answer. These past few days showed me so many things I could never have prepared myself for, from the happy home that was stolen from me to the apparent truth of my lineage. I needed time to process everything, something I could not even begin to know where to start. "Think about it," she said, tracing her fingers across my face. "I will," I replied, still so lost for words in the presence of this wonderful creature who stood before me. "Thank you, Udamore," the little girl said, to which the big guy tipped his hat. "Yeah, mate, I couldn't have gotten through this without you," Grant added. "On occasion, I do manage to end up in the wrong place at the right time," Ed replied with a chuckle. "It was good to share the battlefield with you again, Lucifer." "You too, old friend." The little girl looked between us all, wearing a proud smile, before turning to face Grant, holding a hand out to him. As he wrapped his fingers around hers, they both glanced back at me one last time. "See you soon, mate," Grant said, with that old, crooked smile. "Yeah, I'll..." Before I could finish my mediocre attempt at a fitting farewell, the two vanished from before my eyes, taking with them that last drop of jet fuel that had run through my veins for a time. It wasn't anything jarring, mind you. It simply felt like my body came down from some sort of high, leaving no hangover in its stead. "You guys need a ride?" I asked, looking over to see no trace of Ed.
He does that a lot,
Dorian said with a laugh.
"I'll take you up on that ride, though, if that's cool." "Is it really over?"
Brandon asked, helping Ashley into the car. As I looked around to where the enormous building had once sat in place, I noticed something that had previously been absent from our surroundings. The crickets chirped, and the cool wind breathed around me. I even heard the occasional bird flapping its wings nearby. "Yeah, man, I think it is," I replied, wrapping my arms around the dear friend I had never expected to see again. Epilogue. Somewhere else. Over the months that followed the fall of the house on the hill, life returned to its normal, carefree course. Admittedly, it took me some time to get used to Ashley being back in the picture, something I had never expected after she exposed her true intent what felt like years ago by this point. Once I grew content in the knowledge that she no longer had anything otherworldly coursing through her veins, I couldn't deny that it was good to see Brandon so happy again. Fortunately, once the dust settled, Ash had no memories of the centuries that place held her captive, nor the numerous horrendous acts she committed over that time. Somehow, the only memories she holds are from the life she lived outside of those glossy black walls, as well as the time she spent in our company. She's still been attending regular therapy, as she suffered from a certain degree of night terrors. I can't help but think that some of the atrocities she committed while the building controlled her still lay just below the surface. I hope that she will get through everything intact, though I'm sure her new husband will help her in any way he can. She and Brandon married just last week. They had a small ceremony that was hosted at the bar. Several of our regulars were in attendance for the occasion. Even Richard Dorian and his lovely wife, Ruby, showed up, and, of course, Grant didn't miss it. He couldn't stick around for long as he had some business to attend to at his father's side, but he did take a quick glimpse into Ashley's mind as he hugged the happy couple. With his classic smile, he assured me that every last ounce of that place was gone, though he couldn't quite wipe away those memories that lay just beneath the surface. I didn't see my friend again for a few days after that, but when he did return, we had a lot to talk about. Firstly, he explained the nature of his father's last request to me, to come back home. It would seem that a choice would have to be made, to be restored to what I apparently was several lifetimes ago, or continue on as the man I have become. Given the nature of the things I had witnessed throughout my life, I had been given a very exclusive glimpse behind the curtain, one that would have to be wiped away should I decide to remain on this plane. It would seem that this is a one-time offer, with an expiration date to boot. Should I stay where I am, I would live out my life in the normal fashion, mowing on to whatever comes next for me in the end, with no knowledge of who and what I once was. The one fact of this matter that filled me with the most anguish was that I would not be permitted to maintain my friendship with Grant. Though he could still come and go from the surface to the beyond, I could have no more than a passing relationship with the man I was closest to on this earth or any other. I would imagine that the sadness that filled his eyes when he revealed this aspect of my decision mimicked my own at the time. Before he took me on what he called one last glance behind the veil, he cleared Brandon and Ashley's minds of everything we mortals should not be privy to. He assured me that he did everything he could to bury any of those night terrors that would wake the redhead up in the wee hours of the morning, but given the nature of her unique life through the centuries, he could only do so much. As Grant led me back to the bar he used to do business in, leaving Brandon and his wife passed out on the couch, he took one last glance at those he could never again be close to, before closing the door behind him. "One for the road?" he asked, slipping behind the counter. "You know it," I replied, taking my spot on the stool I had grown to favor.
I lit 2 cigarettes, handing one to my friend before we clinked our glasses together with a laugh. "So, how are things, back home?" I asked, taking a sip of my refreshing draft. "We still have a lot to discuss, Father and I, as well as many of the others, but we're getting there." "So, are you going back?" "Nah, my place is downstairs. I finally know why I'm there, why you sent me there in the first place." "Even after everything, you're still banished?" Quite the opposite, actually. Father asked me to come home, but was downright proud when I told him I had to stay where I was. I'm making a difference, mate. Something I never really could upstairs. Not like this, anyway. I couldn't deny that I was proud of his decision as well, given everything we had endured together. He told me he had an open invitation back at his dad's place, so to speak, and could come and go at will. That in itself was definitely progress. I still remember the pain behind his gaze as he told me what he could about the feud between him and his father, but there was an even brighter twinkle in his eye now. "So, if I did move back home?" I said with an awkward laugh. "We could hang out like the old days," Grant replied, finishing my sentiment. I smiled back at him, puffing away on my smoke in between sipping from my glass. "Would I still, be me?" I asked, attempting to put the crazed thought running through my mind into words. "You are you, Michael. Honestly, I don't know why I could never see it." He gazed off while he spoke, once more attempting to hide that melancholy behind his eyes. I hadn't seen him in so long. You were the hardest thing about being banished. I was so angry back then, angry at everything. He tried to reason with me and get through my thick skull, but I wouldn't hear it. I was so bloody determined that I was right, that I lost everything, mate. If I had only opened my eyes so long ago. He drifted off, still staring off into somewhere beyond the walls of his little pub. "I got carried away, mate," he said, smirking back at me. "No sense dwelling on the past, especially when it's time to look to the future, yeah?" "Yeah," I said, gazing into the face of my closest and dearest friend. "That's right. That's why I brought you back here. We had a conversation once concerning rules, yes. Given the circumstances, how about we bend one of them a little? What are you up to, you foul git?" "Way I figure, once you've made your decision, you'll either be free to look behind any curtain you choose to, or you'll forget all about all this anyway. But I think you've earned this much, after all you've endured." He nodded his head towards the door in the back of the bar. "One last time, for old time's sake, yeah?" "Hell yeah. Oi, watch it," he replied, looking almost offended for a second before cracking up. Once more, perhaps for the last time, our shared laughter echoed through the small tavern. When Grant led me back to that doorway that led to so many wondrous and terrifying places, I had no way of knowing what to expect this one last time. As he danced his fingers across the keypad of the payphone mounted to the wall, I wondered if maybe he'd be taking me on a guided tour around heaven itself, or maybe even back to his place for a look around. When he opened the door to reveal an average city street behind it, I was a bit confused, to say the least. "A bit less exotic than I was expecting," I said, with another awkward laugh as we strolled out of a replica of the very bar I thought we were leaving behind. "This is a program I started some time back, sort of a second kind of chance thing. Even Father signed off on it when I showed him around recently." He was glancing around, taking in all the people coming and going. "So, what is this place?" I asked. "You trying to drag it out for dramatic effect or something?" "Think of it as something of a pocket universe.
A place where lost souls could be sent to take another stab at life before facing any final verdicts. I call it the gray area. Nice touch, I said with a laugh. Definitely an interesting concept. How does it work? Like, how does coming here give them a second chance? So many people are guided down one path or another, according to decisions they had no say in. A troubled life can lead in varying directions, you see. While some have suffered abuse, such as yourself, who may take some missteps along the way, while still finding a way to become truly good people, others, well, the damage festers. The wounds turn gangrenous and ultimately lead them down a path from which there is no escape. In this universe, we allow them to explore how things would have progressed for them had things guided them another way. To see if they would still make the same decisions without the trauma. Exactly. Most souls are not inherently evil, Michael. There are those who cannot be saved, no matter how many hurdles are removed. But it's not hard to spot the ones that can change. Something I've learned all too well over the centuries. Those are the ones we send here. As we walked between and around those who shared the busy sidewalk with us, we finally came to a very nice outdoor cafe, where Grant suggested we stop for a bit. We grabbed a table close to the road, and while we ordered a few drinks from the pretty waitress who stopped by, my friend seemed somewhat distracted by what appeared to be a similarly designed restaurant on the opposite side of the road. It wasn't until I began to sip on another cold and refreshing beer that my eyes wandered to meet what Grant was staring at. It took me a moment to recognize the tall and well-built man who approached a table at which an older couple were seemingly awaiting him, as he had grown a lot since I last saw him. But my friend had to stop me from getting to my feet when I did. You can't approach him, Michael. We're only here to observe. Besides, it'd only lead to many uncomfortable questions given the circumstances, he said in something of a compassionate voice. Is it really him? I was fighting hard to hold back the welling in my eyes as I looked upon the man who had once been the boy I adored with my whole heart. Even my parents looked so much happier and far more kind than I had ever known them to be, regardless of their far more advanced age. The beautiful, dark-skinned, and curly-haired woman who held my brother's hand in hers as they took their seat across from my folks looked just as happy to be in his presence as he did in hers. As she reached to brush the hair from her face, when the gentle wind tossed it to one side, the sun's glow reflected against the shimmering diamond she wore. Tommy, who looked to be in his mid to late 20s now, wore a smile that seemed so content that I wanted nothing more than to run to him and wrap my arms around him. He goes by Thomas now, Grant said, matter-of-factly. He's currently meeting with his family to celebrate his tenure at a nearby university. He's been teaching philosophy since about 6 months after earning his degree, at which point he wed Zoe, his high school sweetheart. I couldn't hope to hold back the tears any longer as I gazed upon the happy family. They laughed as they shared conversations I could not make out, while Tommy would continue to steal glances at his lovely wife every chance he got. It wasn't until another couple showed up that my jaw almost hit the table beneath it. My mirror image strolled up, at which point my brother practically sprang to his feet, embracing the man who wore my face. The other me appeared to be introducing the cute blonde he was with, who also received hugs from everyone at the table before the two sat down. My doppelganger was just as well dressed as the other members of his family, and though his face wore fewer wrinkles than mine did, I couldn't deny that it seemed as though life had been as kind to him as it had to Tommy. The happy tears that continued to trickle down my face conjured with far more remorseful ones that accompanied them. Still, regardless of how much I ached to be able to join them, to be a part of the family I was originally destined for, I could not deny that it made my heart soar to see my dead brother striving and content. This is a world in which the building never existed, Grant said, with his own eyes welling up. Michael, this is the life that Father had intended for you to live. though I wanted nothing more than to sprint across the road and embrace my long-lost brother. I couldn't deny that my friend's words made a lot of sense. Still, I continued to smile through the tears. Just knowing that Tommy had managed to seek out happiness in life was enough for me. "Thank you for this, Grant," I said, unable to break my gaze from this glorious sight.
"Of course, mate,"
he replied. "Can't say I don't have a bit of my own motivation, though." "Huh?" I said, finally turning my attention back to the man whose company I shared. "That," he said, nodding to the group who continued to enjoy being in the presence of one another, "is the one shining example of the fact that family is such an important thing." I gave a small chuckle, understanding what he was getting at. "Just something to think about, brother." We spent a little while longer in the little pocket universe that Grant names the Gray Area. We talked and laughed just as much as the family across the road, as we often did when bizarre events were not pulling our focus in one direction or the other. Regardless of the personal reasons behind the gift my dearest friend gave me that day, I felt lighter by the time the door in the back of the bar he used to do business in led me back to my home at the beach. Even after he put an end to that awful place that blew my life off the rails before I took my first breath in this world, I still felt as though I carried the many burdens my experiences had left me. When I witnessed the joy behind the eyes of my beloved brother, along with the very different versions of our parents, I think I finally achieved a great degree of closure. I can't deny that I'm somewhat envious of the life he lives in that place that can only be accessed through that magical tavern, though. Of course, there are a lot of things in my far more chaotic life that I do not think I would trade for the world. That being said, it would seem I have quite the decision to make. Grant told me I have some time to think about it. He managed to convince his father to stretch the deadline a bit, as we've only just returned, so to speak. He didn't give me an actual date as to when I need to make my final arrangements, one way or the other, but he recommended that I take significant time to truly think it over, weigh the pros and cons and whatnot. For now, I believe I'm going to head to the other side of hell for a bit, to watch my friend sing to his wife for a little while. Again, I can't thank you enough for hearing me out on this one final long-winded tale. I am most certainly thrilled to be able to leave you on a far more positive note than our last meeting, but I do believe that this may be the last time we speak. This entire experience has left me with a lot to take in, everything I've been through, as well as the great many things I still don't fully know how to wrap my mind around. So, what will my decision be in the end? To ascend to the magical place in which dreams are born, past the second star to the right and straight on till morning, or remain alongside my friends at our wonderful house by the beach, where the waves caressing the shore sing me to sleep every night. At this point, I honestly have no idea, to be completely honest. It is quite literally a life-changing decision, after all. So, to quote the words of the best friend I have ever known, my brother, in this world as well as the other, that's a conversation for another time, mate.